Board of Appeals for Wednesday, August 2nd. Roll call.
Goslin? Harms? Here. Joseph? Here. Peterson? Here. Schneider?
Here.
Lalonde?
Here. Okay, approval of minutes for July 2nd Plan Commission meeting. Everybody read the minutes?
Yes.
So we need a motion.
Also moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Okay, just for the audience's sake, we have two items on the agenda tonight. The first item is a variance for Tangent Technologies, and that is a public hearing, administrative design review. Shouldn't take too long, we hope, but we expect it'll conclude before 7 o'clock. We'll probably adjourn the zoning board and recess the planning commission in that interim period, and then reconvene at 7 o'clock. Okay, so with that said, we have a public hearing for variances of Tangent Technologies, silos, parking, and duration administrative design review for silos at 601 to 605 Kinglands Drive, Tangent Technologies applicant. We have we want to open the public hearing. We have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor? Okay, so public hearing is open, and we have a staff report.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lund. As you noted, this is a set of variances requested by an applicant, Tangent Technologies, for the property they are looking to purchase at 601 to 605 Kingsland Drive. That property was last occupied by Camel Corps Party Line, which ceased operations on the property in November of 2016. Tangent Technologies produces basically plastic lumber products, or extruded plastic products, and they are here tonight seeking variances. First, to allow the construction of up to 12 silos of 53 feet in height between the building and Swanson Drive instead of 45 feet, and in a location not between the principal building and Paul Street. They're also seeking relief from Chapter 4.2 parking regulations to allow an existing 130 space parking lot to provide the future parking for a warehouse addition of approximately 200,000 square feet. So being 130 spaces instead of the required 200 spaces. The last variance, if you call variances, have a shelf life of 6 months. So the third request would be to allow the variances to be effective for up to 60 months for construction rather than 6 months. As you may recall, we did recently amend the zoning code in April to establish some requirements for silos. Prior to that, we did not have silos addressed in the zoning code. The applicant in their materials noted several locational issues that make it difficult, if not impossible, to place the silos in any other location than they've depicted on the plan, which is on the south end of the building, which on the current, the projection is actually on the right side of the building right now. North is on the left side. They've also indicated, or those locational factors include the railroad being on the west side of the building, the presence of Kingston and Swanson corridor at limiting locations around the building, and the fact that the north end of the property has been earmarked for a future addition, which would limit where they could put a silo in that location, along with just the operational issues of having the silos away from where they would be, material would be dropped off by railroad or rail car at the south end of the site, along with where things would kind of be generally laid out in the building. In terms of the parking, there was an existing parking lot built for an anticipated future addition by the previous owners. That is 130 spaces north of the building. So that is basically the second part of the request being using that parking lot as being for the future warehouse rather than construction of additional parking at that point. And then as I mentioned, with the third variance, the duration, the applicant has indicated that they would likely install 8 silos initially, with 4 more being built as needed. And the duration would allow the variance to basically meet the program requirements of their future expansion to the north once they've ramped up permission. So as I mentioned, staff agrees with the applicant's discussion of the locational issues that prevent silos being located anywhere else on the property. They would be located on an existing concrete pad. There's basically a number of issues that prohibit location elsewhere. In terms of the height, staff believes that the height would basically reduce the need for the number of variances due to the fact that smaller silos would necessitate 4 silos. And with the needs of the company in terms of product, each load would have to be in its own silo, essentially. In terms of the parking variance, staff believes that for a warehouse addition, that the additional parking, the parking is provided would suffice. But we've included recommended conditions that if the amount of warehouse is reduced within that space in the future, that the applicant seek a new variance, and then additionally that there be basically requirements in terms of it being tied to the current, the proposed, or the applicant, as well as that basically if that the applicant doesn't pursue the variance, that would then, or pursue the construction of the addition, then it would become void after 5 years. And in terms of duration, the staff mentioned the fact that at the timing of the program, it makes sense to have this considered over a longer period of time rather than the 6-month limitation specified. So staff did prepare review the findings in the affirmative for the zoning board to consider, and staff is recommending that the zoning board make positive recommendations and findings of fact for the various requests. Staff also recommends that the zoning board of appeals recommend approval of variances to the city council subject to conditions. One being that the applicants provide additional 8 feet of right-of-way along Kingsland and Swanson Drive prior to issuance of permits. Second, that the parking variance be restricted, or parking variance shall apply to the future addition and shall be restricted to tangent technologies and not to the successor order or tenant if the addition is not constructed by tangent within a 5-year period. The variance will be void. And the third, that the parking variance be limited to the expansion for warehouse use only, and that any increase of non-warehouse space in the building shall require approval of the variance.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, or staff?
Comments. It is kind of interesting that a few months after we changed the height limitation of silos and moved them over the variance, I think it's something we might want to look into in the future. Regardless of whatever thought this is high silo that should be for a train load of whatever it might be called something else. I'd rather see a little taller than the same thing in width. I'd rather see it taller than wide. I think it's something to take a look at in the future. And you know, maybe especially next to the spur line. There are many of those so far, but there's how many others? And one of the conditions you were saying was the parking space being limited, you know, to the 130. If this space is used for a warehouse use only, do you know how many spaces they currently need for the employees that are at the facility, and how many they'll need in the future if production increases? Do we need to ask them to come back for a variance again if they don't see the need for it, if they have access capacity now? It seems a lot of times, you know, our parking requirements are a little above and beyond.
Sure. the applicant is here and they can go over, I think, what they foresee as their parking need. In terms of the size of the warehouse addition, it would be a deficiency of 70 spaces. The existing property was also constructed basically deficient to current requirements. It was probably built to that 25% rule we used to have. So from that standpoint, in terms of what the zoning report would require, that's kind of the situation right now. But yeah, we can go through what they kind of expect from numbers in terms of their number of employees on the product line and so forth.
The only reason I ask is because if they have access numbers in Milton right now, we would do the process all over again. This variance would be just anyways, correct?
Well, it would, the intent would be that it be for tangent for this warehouse addition. Once it's built, basically the variance would apply to any successor order.
Right.
I moved by property owners, party life for former tenants. At 27, I think, truck bays, that would stay the same.
Yes. There may be additional bays constructed with the new addition because it is for warehouse. But in terms of the exact number, that would be, they don't have that yet.
And we don't have any zoning.
We do have basically a requirement that as you add additional square footage, you have to have additional silo bays, or excuse me, not silos, but additional vehicle bays. But they would probably be in excess of that, even with the existing bays for trucks.
You may have missed it on here. What's the size of the existing building and what's the build out?
I believe it's around 500,000 square feet right now.
Existing?
Existing, with the addition, it would be just under 700,000.
Took me a long time to drive the length of it, that big. Took lunch.
Any other questions for staff? If not, if the applicant's present, do you want to make a presentation?
Hi, my name is Guy DeMayo, President and CEO of Tangent Technologies. Appreciate you allowing us to be here tonight, and staff did a good job summarizing for the group what our intentions are. I think an earlier question was the number of parking spaces we would need for an addition. We currently operate a 200,000 square foot warehouse today, and the number of employees we have at that warehouse at any one particular time is 30. So we felt like 130 spots existing, we would never fill those spots in a 200,000 square foot warehouse that we would add. So to go to 200 parking spaces would just reduce the size of the building that we could potentially build. That vacant lot and the addition of that building is pretty important to the strategic long-term plan of that site for us.
Just for clarity, the building currently is 500,000 square feet, 200,000 of it is warehouse. The balance is manufacturing.
Correct.
What's the total employee count of this as of this date?
Total employee count of Tangent is 225. I believe there's 415 existing parking spots today. Our business operation is a 24-hour operation, so we never have a full 220 people at the facility. Most we ever have is half of that.
So in the parking lot at any given time, maybe at a shift change where people are coming and going, it might be a little higher.
Might be a little higher. On an ongoing rate, you might have 100 cars in the parking lot.
So a 200,000 square foot warehouse addition would add up to 30 employees.
Currently today, we have the same space actually right down the street that we're leasing from this building. And we have 30 people in and out of there during the day at the same time.
What's the total allowed lot coverage?
There is a minimum of land landscaping of 5%, but otherwise, we don't have an FAR in the industrial districts. It's just regulated by the perimeter landscape area and the required building setbacks.
And what about stormwater?
Stormwater would have to be basically reviewed with with them seeking a permit for the addition. Most likely with that site having been anticipated for future development, it probably is accounted for already in terms of the amount of impervious predicted for that property. But engineering would have to review that at the time of permits.
Anything else we have there? Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no other questions from commission, anybody from the audience want to speak on this topic?
We can't hear most of anything that's said. We'd like to all speak louder or closer.
I asked if there's anybody in the audience who would like to speak on this topic. If so, you need to be sworn in. So, if you think you might speak at any point, please raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. I see there's 3 other hands up in the audience, maybe 4.
Who's behind the pillars?
Yeah, that's for this petition. We'll do it again before the next item on the agenda.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Christopher Aston. I'm City's Economic Development Consultant, and I'm speaking on behalf of the project, and in this case, the request for variance. Just a couple of points that I wanted to make with respect to clarification, I guess. When I first spoke to Mr. DeFeo, this was back late last fall, actually he was calling about leasing space in the Siemens building for his warehouse, which he mentioned, but at that time, we talked generally about the possibility of his consolidating his business, and that was his desire, and we talked specifically about this building. That was about December 5th from my notes. And at that time, obviously there was nothing, as this gentleman indicated, there was nothing in the ordinance that said anything about silos. That would have been a red flag, certainly, and that didn't occur until well into the spring, and frankly, I was at a loss. I didn't know much about it until about May when the hearing came up, or April, whenever that was. So that was quite a bit of due diligence, at least some study until that point, and focusing on this building with respect to the acquisition, negotiating a price. And so this did catch us a little off guard, but just to have you know that, it's a critical part of his business. Anyone that knows anything about plastic extrusion business knows that to move pellets, resins to the facility for the extrusion process, the rail is really the preferred method, and you get the maximum efficiency there. And kind of a segue into that rail concept, because the rail spur was a big part of this site location decision. The 53 feet wasn't just an arbitrary number, so you know. That number is the minimum safe clearance for efficient offloading of the resins from your average rail car. So initially, Mr. DeFeo had indicated it would be ideal if we go 70 feet, there'd be fewer silos and we can have them manufactured. And we said, well, 45 is the maximum, can't you throttle it down? And they were able to, but 53 really is the limited in terms of the minimum size in order for them to effectively use that rail offloading. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make, and more in general, and then I will sit down. I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you're busy tonight. But why would we want this project to move forward? And as your economic development consultant for the city, it's really very obvious. We have a 500,000 square foot building that's been vacant for a year. Those are difficult buildings to fill in this market. That's a limited number of purchase, limited number of buyers out there for this building. You're talking about bringing 220 jobs to the city. Probably of greatest importance, at least for our immediate need, is you're talking about a primo type electric customer for the city. This is a high load, constant 24/7 demand. It's the perfect type of customer that we would have at our industrial park. As you know, the city's in a situation where we buy a certain amount of energy on contract. We need to sell that energy as a utility company. We need customers this is a great customer. The more customers we have, the less the rates need to go up for everyone else. It's the type of business that we want in town. And finally, this is kind of a sidebar, it's also a very green business. I noticed Mr. DeFeo brought, he just want to hand them out for a second, I think this is kind of cool. He's so modest, he didn't want to talk about it. But this product, his pellets are made from recycled milk jugs. Exclusively. Those milk jugs show up at his washing facility on Sullivan Road, Aurora. They're cut up there and they're made into pellets. His pellets are then brought to the extrusion facilities. See, the dog and pony thing. This is one of the few we can afford both the dog and the pony. So this is the raw product that comes in, the things that we throw away every day. We go, who the heck wants these? And this is the pellets that are produced.
So we turn them into, we recycle it off the facility, and we turn this into products that you probably walk by every day and don't notice what they are. So benches, receptacles, decking, fencing, that's where all this goes into. So we're taking the material out of the landfill, we're recycling it, and turning it into products that we all use every day.
One final note, kind of a small world type of thing. One of Tangent's key customers is Barco, which is of course one of our city's big businesses. So when you see composite wood, when you see plastic wood, benches in your park districts, in your municipalities, oftentimes they find that it comes from this manufacturer. So again, I couldn't say it any more clearly that from an economic development perspective, and I know that's not the reason for granting a variance, but just letting you know that we're fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Saw a few other hands. Anybody else want to speak on this topic? Okay, please come forward.
Yes.
State your name and address, and there should be a sign-in sheet there.
Okay. Max Mayor, I'm a Rigging Corporation, right across from Party Light on Kingsland Drive. We moved Party Light out, Rubicon out. It's important to bring businesses in. But we already have 56, 60-foot silos in the neighborhood, right down the railroad line from where these people want to go to. So I don't know if that's a big change in what we have in the city right now. They're down to the old Portola AGS building. We put those in years ago. They keep going. I don't know why we went to lower silos, but the higher the silo, you get one or two rail cars off completely into the silo. That's why you build them so tall. You build smaller silos, you can't put a whole rail car into them. And that's the lowest cost to get your product into it. And I just want to see my neighbor move in. It's important to have business. Every job you bring in the city is 3 or 4 jobs in the year. And I'm only moving from Aurora up to here, but that's proven time and time again. So that's my point, that the power lines are equal to height about what this 53 feet the silos are going to be right next door down the railroad line. So it's not a big change from what you have existing there right now.
Did you sign in? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Follow up on that, 45 feet. Remind us of the
Where that came from?
intent behind the limitation at 45.
Essentially, when we drafted the silo requirements, we heeded to the zoning district's overall maximum height, so that's where that number came from.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please come forward. If there are others in the audience that want to speak on the topic for expediency, if you just kind of form a line, that'd be great.
My name is John Christensen. I'm the COO of Flag Source at 951 Swanson. And to me, the issue isn't so much the variance of having silos. It's more of what about the rail traffic? How does that impact the employers in that area? If you are familiar with the crossing gate at Swanson, or not Swanson, like Verdun and Wilson, at lunchtime when they're switching, you could be stuck there for 10 to 15 minutes while they're moving. I'm more interested to know when these rail cars are coming through. through? Or is it during shift changes? How are we going to handle the trains going down Wilson at, say, 5 o'clock when there's no crossing gates and already Wilson is extremely congested to get to the west side? I'd like to know how often the trains are coming through. Are they getting concessions because they are such a high electric demand that the rest of us as business owners are not getting? And what about property tax incentives?
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much. You want to address some of those questions?
In terms of the train question, and Mr. DeFeo maybe he'll explain further, but my understanding is it would basically be one additional train car on existing trains going through to this line, basically in terms of the anticipated number of deliveries, but you may be able to explain.
So we would anticipate one rail car per week product going to that rail spur. We have flexibility on when we could deliver the rail cars throughout the course of a normal business day. So if there's concern about delivering those cars or switching the switching happening around rush hour at certain points of the day, we certainly can control when they would come. But the quantity would be about one rail car per week, for a month.
I have a question. How long has the business been operating at this address? Your business?
We would, at the address in Aurora, so we're...
No. On Kingsland Drive, are you there now?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
No.
You're moving into the building?
We'd like to. So we've been in business in Aurora since 2003.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience?
The other questions that Mr. Christensen asked?
I don't have answers for property tax and electric any concessions.
I think Mr. Aston can answer those.
There's been no request from Tangent Technologies for any property tax abatement from any district that I'm aware of. They certainly haven't requested from the city. I think Mr. Christensen asked also about electric rates. We are developing electric rate that they're kind of a square peg in a round hole with respect to ordinance based on their load. So we're trying to develop a rate that's fair to them while maintaining fairness across the rate schedules. But you don't see many, with the exception, I think they'll be the third highest load in the city if they come in, third only to Suncast and DSC. So they're a different animal in terms of their load and what kind of rate structure we can facilitate through our ordinance. And so it is a particular load. I wouldn't call it necessarily big break. It just is how by volume, the big lower unit cost when you buy more load. So that answered that. I don't know that it's germane to the variance request, but I understand we want to.
It isn't, but thank you for answering it. Okay, anybody else? Okay, if not, we're going to... All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, public hearing is closed. Any further discussion? Any thoughts about the recommendation? How about the findings? Agree with the staff's recommendations on the findings also? Okay, if there's no further discussion, we need to make a positive recommendation for the findings. I don't know if we want to do those individually.
I think we
I
will.
think if you do it as a group.
We'll seem to agree with this. I'll make a motion to approve all 5 findings.
I second that.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please.
Harms,
Yes.
Joseph,
Aye.
Peterson,
Yes.
Schneider,
Aye.
Lalonde.
Yes. Okay, now we need a motion to recommend approval of the variances to the city council, subject to the following conditions. One, the applicant shall dedicate an additional 8 feet of right-of-way along Kingsland Drive and Swanson Drive prior to issuance of the first silo permit issuance. Number 2, the parking variance shall apply to the future addition and be restricted to tangent and not to a successor owner or tenant. If the addition is not constructed by tangent within the 5-year period, the variance shall be void. Number 3, the parking variance shall be limited to an expansion for warehouse use only. Any increase of non-warehouse square footage usage within the building shall require approval of a new variance. Need that motion? Yes.
So,
Moved by Harms, seconded by Joseph. Roll call, please.
Harms,
yes.
Joseph,
Aye.
Peterson, Schneider,
Aye.
Lalonde.
Yes. Okay, and finally, we need a motion to approve administrative design review of the proposed silos, subject to city council approval of the variances. So moved. Okay, roll call.
Harms,
Yes.
Joseph,
Aye.
Peterson,
Yes.
Schneider,
Aye.
Lalonde.
Yes. Okay, that concludes that item. So we've got about 25 minutes. We can move to adjourn the zoning board of appeals, and then we'll recess till 7 o'clock, and then we'll reconvene for the Campana project. Need a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourn for the zoning board, and we'll take a recess. reconvene the Plan Commission meeting. The item on the agenda tonight is the Campana. Please, we need quiet, please. Thank you. The Campana redevelopment, 901 North Batavia Avenue and 301 and 501 West Fabian Parkway, Evergreen Real Estate Group applicant. This is a public hearing for amendments to the zoning map for a planned development overlay, design review, and preliminary and final plat of subdivision. So with that, excuse me a second. I have an opening statement. Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the City of Batavia Plan Commission. I am Chairman Tom Lalonde, and seated with me are members of the Commission, Special Counsel for the City, City's Director of Development, and other members of the City staff are also present, and our Mayor is also here, and some council members. Those of you in attendance tonight that may wish to ask any questions of the applicant or to make comments about an agenda item, we ask that you sign in for that purpose. I think we mentioned that a couple times up here on the table if you have. Feel free to do so at any time during the meeting. Before we begin the public hearing on our agenda, I would like to review a few things about Plan Commission proceedings that may help us all in retaining order and using our time effectively and efficiently. First, I request that all commissioners and staff be respectful to all in attendance. At the same time, I request that all audience members likewise be respectful throughout the night. Commissioners and audience members should not shout out or applaud to express approval or disapproval of any of the issues that may be discussed tonight. Persons who wish to ask questions or to speak must sign in to speak and will be recognized by the chair before speaking. Second, I would like to explain how public hearings, including tonight's hearing, will progress. There is a recording secretary present who prepare minutes of the proceedings throughout the night. So we must all speak clearly and audibly at all times. Public hearings begin by Batavia staff briefing the Plan Commission and others in attendance about the nature of the applications to be considered. When the staff has concluded its report, the commissioners will have the opportunity to ask questions of the staff, and after that, the applicant will present the proposal. That will be followed by questions the commission may have of the applicant. Once that is completed, I will then call on members of the audience who have signed in to come forward and speak. I will first call on people who have registered the sign-in sheet that is at the front of the room here. Anyone who is sitting in the conference room and watching via video feed after signing in will be called into the council chambers here to address the commission. I think just about everybody's in this room, but again, if you've signed in, you'll need to come forward when you're called upon. After that list is completed, to accommodate those who may have arrived late or did not have an opportunity to sign in, I will call on people from the front row to the back row in order. Anyone that has not had a chance to speak that wishes to do so, please speak at that time. If you have already spoken once, we ask that you wait till everyone else who hasn't spoken has an opportunity to do so, and then you can come forward a second time. Speakers must speak from the microphone at the podium here in the front of the room. One person at a time. Before speaking, we ask that you clearly state your name, home address for the record, and print your name and home address on the register sheet. If you did not sign in at the speaker registration sheet when you entered, so we've kind of already done that. I request that your comments or questions be directed to the applicant, staff, or the commissioners only, and not to the audience. and be concise and as brief as possible, not exceeding, hopefully, 3 minutes per speaker. Your comments should be directed to the relevant zoning issues by which this commission is considering and by which the City Council will approve or disapprove of the application. I also request that your comments or questions do not duplicate those already voiced by others. Please take just a brief moment to state that you agree or disagree with other opinions that have been given. If speakers are being repetitive, off-topic, or in the case of someone being rude or disrespectful, the city's rules for public hearing allow me as chair to cut off the testimony and move on to the next speaker. Those same rules allow everyone who wishes to speak to do so, and we will get to all of you in turn. Repeat speakers should wait until all attendees have spoken. We hope to conclude the public hearing tonight, but the rules allow the commission to continue the meeting to another evening, and seeing as many people as we have in the room, we fully expect that will happen. We generally conduct proceedings until around 10 o'clock. Everyone begins to wear thin at that point. If it goes on a little past that, we'll allow it, but we really would like to end tonight's proceedings around that hour. If necessary, the meeting will be continued to Wednesday, August 16th at 7 p.m. here at City Hall. So we've done this before. A lot of times we don't begin our deliberations until after into the second meeting, just because the public hearing has been continued and we want to hear from the public before we do so. Again, I request that persons not at the podium refrain from outbursts, from speaking from the audience, or from clapping to show approval or disapproval of the proceedings. Also, please silence your electronic devices while you are in the hearing room. These things will help us conduct these proceedings in an orderly and efficient manner in accordance with the City Code and zoning law. Thank you. So with that, we need a motion to open the public hearing. All in favor? The public hearing is open and staff report.
Thank you, Chair. Again, this is a public hearing, a public meeting to consider Evergreen Real Estate Group's submitted zoning entitlement applications to add multifamily residential units inside the Campana building. No change to the size of the building is proposed. The planned development seeks relief from a number of requirements of the zoning code. The planned subdivision proposed would divide the property into essentially a commercial lot and a residential lot. The design review is to consider proposed changes to the site, but not the building. Among the reviews to consider changes to the building is one that will be done by the Batavia Historic Preservation Commission, and this review is scheduled for August 14th. The applicant, Evergreen Real Estate Group, is here tonight and will provide an overview of the proposal. This overview will address building and site changes, project financing, and information on traffic and parking, as well as the projects addressing the city's comprehensive plan goals and policies and requests for zoning relief. The Campana property is classified on the comprehensive plan's land use map as mixed use. The property is zoned MU mixed use district. This zoning classification provides entitlement to use the property with a mix of multifamily residences and a variety of non-residential uses. Residential uses are specifically permitted use in this MU district. For many years, the building has been underutilized and not fully maintained. Evergreen's proposal is the only formal development application the city has received for this property in over 20 years. The city's comprehensive plan singles out this building and property to retain the building as an important historical resource and as an opportunity for economic development. The proposed redevelopment can provide the means to finance extensive rehabilitation of the building into the real estate tax base of the city and attract new residents who would patronize area businesses. Staff stresses that the zoning process is to consider land use issues and not who may live in the proposed residences. Staff largely agrees with Evergreen's conclusions in their submitted material on the appropriateness to propose this development as a planned development, which is a process that allows for consideration of relief to the requirements of the zoning code. Staff disagrees with Evergreen's assertion that this proposal would be consistent with one of the zoning code's stated purposes of a planned development, that it is used to consider greater development intensity for affordable housing than permitted by the base mixed-use district. While affordable housing is a component of the proposal and a goal in the city's comprehensive plan, Evergreen proposes development intensity that is common for duplex or townhome developments, and the density present in some single-family neighborhoods near downtown. The mixed-use district permits a large variety of commercial uses, such as restaurants and entertainment uses, that, if occupied all square footage in the existing building, would result in significantly more traffic and parking than the proposed remaining amount of non-residential space in the building could hold. Residential density, as proposed, is approximately 6.67 units to the acre. Batavia's multiple family residential zoning districts permit up to 15 units to the acre in the R4 multifamily medium density district and up to 25 units to the acre in the R5 multifamily high density district. The proposed 80 units on this property is relatively low density for multifamily use. Staff agrees with Evergreen's analysis of the comprehensive plan goals and policies that would be addressed, especially those that seek to expand the diversity of affordable and accessible housing. Additionally, staff agrees with their analysis of the Homes for a Changing Region policy plan's stated needs for multifamily housing affordability, a need that would be addressed with this proposal. Staff is generally supportive of the needed modifications of the requirements to the zoning code to implement the planned development. These modifications are as follows. One would be to grant a modification from the minimum parking setback from streets. Parking must be set back at least 10 feet from streets. Fabian Parkway is under the jurisdiction of Kane County Division of Transportation. This division will require dedication of right-of-way along Fabian. This will bring the existing parking at the south end of the building too close to what would be the new south property line, necessitating the requested modification. Evergreen is willing to dedicate the right-of-way without seeking payment from KDOT for this land. Another modification would address the land use mix in the building. 25% of the first floor of the building adjacent to public streets must contain retail, entertainment, or eating and drinking uses. Taken as a whole, the Campana building's first floor would meet this requirement. However, much of the non-residential uses in the building's are in the building's west wing, a portion of the building with no adjacency to a public street. The large setback from Batavia Avenue and lack of windows providing visibility into the building makes this part of the building, or the building in general, unattractive for residential use, or for retail use, excuse me. Another requirement is the amount of transparency on walls facing the street. The zoning code specifies coverage of vision glass on building walls facing public streets. On Batavia Avenue, these requirements would not be met for the retail space. The glass block does not qualify as transparent vision glass. Proposed windows for the residential units would provide the required first floor length of transparency, but the floors above that facing Batavia Avenue propose no vision glass. Facing Fabian, the first floor vision glass would comply, but upper floors would not. The State Historic Preservation Officer must approve of the proposed proposed site and building changes, the officer has indicated its support for the proposal, including the changes to the building's facades. The zoning code seeks to retain the character of historic structures in addressing the transparency requirements. Another requirement is for the number of building entrances. The zoning code requires one pedestrian entrance for every 50 feet of building wall facing public streets. While entrances would be added to meet building code requirements, the number of entrances provided would not comply with the zoning code. Another requirement is for how large a parking field can be before additional parking is provided on site. Parking areas in the mixed-use district are limited to 20 spaces before needing a 20-foot wide landscape separation before more parking is provided. Some areas of the proposed parking and the land bank parking would not have this separation. Another modification is for the amount of parking spaces to be provided on the site as proposed and with retention of the existing non-residential tenants in the building. 301 parking spaces would be required. This includes the residential uses. 206 parking spaces are proposed, and these would meet the parking demand as found by Evergreen's parking consultant, Erickson Engineering, in their parking study. Land bank parking may be constructed later if needed. That would bring the total to 302 spaces. Staff feels the proposed initial 206 spaces may adequately serve the existing tenants and proposed residential use. Evergreen is willing to enter into an agreement with the city to add land bank parking if the city determines additional parking is needed. Through this parking modification request, Evergreen is seeking to minimize pavement for aesthetic and environmental reasons while providing parking and retaining space for a soccer field and top lot. Other modifications would address monument sign landscaping and setbacks. Evergreen's willingness to dedicate right-of-way along Fabian would leave little room to locate a sign near the Fabian access and would also leave little room to provide required landscaping. The state preservation officer has indicated that the Batavia Avenue sign itself is acceptable, but landscaping would detract from the historic view to the building and would not meet his approval. The final modification would address the wireless communication facilities that are on the building. The Campana building serves as a support structure for existing wireless communication facilities. Evergreen notes the importance of maintaining this already existing infrastructure to continue to serve area residents. Modifications needed for parking and monument sign setbacks and most of the landscaping requirements are driven by approvals needed from other jurisdictions. Staff feels that Evergreen's willingness to dedicate right-of-way without requiring KDOT to negotiate to purchase the land is a reasonable justification to grant these modifications. The State Historic Preservation Officer's desire to retain the expansive lawn and views to the building limits landscaping opportunities would preserve the visual historic character of the site. The building's configuration of having a very long Batavia Avenue frontage creates difficulty in providing the required first floor non-residential use space and the required vision glass and entrances. Overall, the building will have the required amount of first floor commercial space, but most will not be located adjacent to the street frontage. This requirement in the zoning code was intended to establish a strong commercial street front presence for developments that may have several buildings. Vision glass is required to provide visibility into buildings, especially for commercial uses from the street. The entrance requirements likewise help establish a strong street presence. The deep Batavia Avenue setback minimizes the effect of having a building presence right on the street and does not provide opportunity to see into the building, even if vision glass were present. Replacing vast amounts of glass block with vision glass and the quantity of entrances required would negatively affect the building's historic character. Staff feels the requested code modifications for the proposed building changes are reasonable. Staff agrees with Erickson Engineering's parking study's conclusions on the expected parking demands. Evergreen's inclusion of land bank parking provides a safety valve to increase site parking if needed. Staff notes that it disagrees with Erickson Engineering's recommendation to omit the road connecting the east parking with the south parking. Having this connector in place will allow vehicles to enter or exit the site from either Batavia Avenue or Fabian Parkway to access all areas on the site. This ability will allow many vehicles entering and exiting the site from having to use the intersection, thus reducing potential vehicle-pedestrian conflicts at this intersection. The need to navigate through parking areas and circuitous routes through the site will naturally deter cut-through traffic. The Homestead, which is located across Fabian, has a similar internal roadway configuration and has not reported cut-through traffic issues. Evergreen is proposing a signaled pedestrian crossing through Fabian Parkway. This crosswalk connects directly into the city's sidewalk network as well as the path along Fabian. To address concerns with safe passage to Western Avenue Elementary School, Evergreen would provide a private van service, and the service may also transport kids to park sites and all area residents to events as needed. The city recognizes the importance of having wireless communication infrastructure in place to serve both Batavia and Geneva, and recognizes the strategic nature of the Campana building to locate this infrastructure. The zoning code's prohibition of residential buildings to have these facilities was intended to not allow anyone's single-family residence to have a cell phone tower. Subdivision of the property allows for formal dedication of right-of-way and access and utility easements. Staff is supportive of the proposed plat subdivision, and it can be revised to include these dedications before recording. With the Batavia Historic Preservation Commission performing the city's review and approval of changes to the building's facades, Plan Commission design review action would be applicable to the site plan, landscaping, signs, and lighting. Signs comply with the zoning code, lighting complies with the zoning code, and a significant landscape presence is proposed along much of the Fabian frontage, and landscaping to retain the state preservation officer's desired views to the site from Batavia Avenue will be added in the vicinity of the Batavia Avenue building frontage. Staff is supportive of the design review, provided the needed zoning code modifications are part of the plan development approval. The Commission shall open the public hearing tonight and begin consideration of the plan development, design review, and plan subdivision. At the end of the evening, the Commission would motion and vote to continue the hearing and the meeting in preparation for the hearing and meeting continuation likely on August 16th. Staff would provide recommendations to the Plan Commission to consider on the required findings for the plan development and design review, and recommendations on staff action, recommendations on commission action on both the plat subdivision and the design review. Staff has received additional correspondence after distribution of the staff memo for this report. These will be distributed to the Plan Commission with material for the expected continuation to August 16th. Staff would like to note that all public notifications for tonight's hearing were met. Notice was published in the Daily Herald on July 14th. Signs were posted on the property on July 14th, and the mailing was sent to residents that are to receive the mail notification on July 12th. In addition, the city did post Kane County's finding of no significant impact and intent to request release of funds here at City Hall. We did post that notice also, although it was a Kane County notice, not a city notice, but we did post that here at City Hall. In addition to that, the city of Batavia did post notice for this meeting and hearing tonight at City Hall in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act.
Thank you, Joel. Take a drink after that one. Okay, so with that, commissioners, do you have any questions of staff at this time? I would suggest we just hear from the applicant, get the full presentation. So if you want to come forward, state your name, company, etc.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joel. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the Plan Commission. It's an honor for us to be here in front of you tonight for what we think is a very exciting, very challenging project. My name is David Block. I am the Director of Development for Evergreen Real Estate Group in Chicago. I'm going to try to be fairly brief in my presentation because I know there's a lot of interest in discussion this evening. So I'm going to run through all of the key issues that Joel reiterated tonight, and then I do have some additional material that I will share as is pertinent if questions come up that we can get into during the discussion period. Evergreen Real Estate Group.
1 second.
Yes, sir.
It's hard to see. I hate to turn down the lights, but we probably need the lights dimmed at least. Is there a... Now, if I hear any snoring, the lights go back on. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
If I hear snoring, it's I'm doing my job. Evergreen Real Estate Group has been an owner, developer, manager, contractor of multifamily, both market rate and affordable properties since 1999. Just a few examples of some of our buildings. You may know the former St. Charles Hospital in Aurora on the left there. Recently completed, and with a grand opening, that building is now fully occupied. On the top right is a building that we were recently selected to help build and design by Mayor Emanuel and the City of Chicago. One of 2 projects that we're doing that has a Chicago Public Library on the first floor and senior housing above. Pretty innovative effort on the part of the City of Chicago. Also in Chicago, on the bottom right there, is the former Rosenwald Apartments project, which our partner Larry Pusateri was intimately involved with. And as you can see on the slides, 2 of these projects were winners of the very prestigious Driehaus Historic Preservation Award, which is the most prestigious historic preservation award in Illinois. So we're very well familiar with the requirements of historic preservation, and we take it very seriously. I should also introduce some of the folks that I have here with me tonight. I have some of the staff and one of our founding partners from Evergreen Real Estate here this evening. I have our architect from Wiesling Lewis. I have our engineers from Erickson Engineering Incorporated, and I have our attorney from Applegate and Thorne Thompson here. So we should be prepared to answer just about any question that come up tonight. This is an extraordinary building, and it does have a fascinating history. Ernest Oswald was the visionary who founded the original Campana company, and he really built it into quite a powerhouse. It was a powerhouse with a relatively short life. The building, I think, was started in 1936, may have been completed in 1937, and while it operated into the 60s, it was a hand lotion factory. And since the 60s, it had a number of other uses, but really in recent years, it's kind of fallen on hard times. But it is an amazing building if you've been inside of it. The stair tower at the front entrance is just a remarkable example of Art Moderne, Art Deco design. The front entrance, the glazed tile, the glass block, it is really unique in the Chicagoland area as an example of this kind of architecture. Unfortunately, the elements have taken their toll on the way the building looks. And so if you walk around the building and look at it very carefully, The masonry is starting to crack and spall in places. Water is getting into the steel lintels that hold up portions of that masonry above the rows of glass block. And you can see that that deterioration is actually really beginning to compromise the building's integrity. And without a complete and thorough redevelopment program, this building is at serious risk of ultimately being lost as a piece of architectural heritage for this community. Some of the challenges of this building are simply the scale of it. It's 612 feet long by 100 feet wide. It doesn't really lend itself to easy reuse solutions, particularly if you're like us and you are committed preservationists, because committed preservationists want to keep the glass block and keep that spirit that is there in that building. And so you need to figure out ways to address that. One of our contractors compared this to a 60-story building lying on its side, and if you think about it, a 60-story building is about 600 feet tall. So that's another way to think about it. The ceiling height is, I think, one of the building's big advantages for the kind of residential reuse scheme that we have. 16'6" from floor to ceiling in these buildings. So it's great high ceilings, but with that, of course, comes a lot of cost, a huge volume and surface area. The challenges of preserving this building, of course, are there aren't any windows in it. So how do you deal with that? From a historic preservation perspective, you need to preserve the primary views, both from Batavia Avenue and really from that corner along Fabian Parkway. And the landscape and what some of the people in the preservation community call the racetrack in front of the community, the way the parking area in front is this kind of great oval, is actually part of the building's historic character. And finally, the cell phone equipment. If you look at the building, there are cell antennas that are sort of bugs crawling up the sides of the tower. The historic preservation people in Springfield and in Washington hate this kind of approach, and so they are looking for a solution to make the cell equipment functional but much more aesthetically integrated with the building. So what are we proposing? We are proposing within the fabric of the building 80 units of mixed income housing. Of that 80 units, 20% or 16 will be market rate units. So those tenants will pay whatever the market is in this community. And then 80% of the units will be dedicated for individuals and families who are at a reduced rent if they are below certain income thresholds. It's a mix of 36 one-bedroom units, 38 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units. We are retaining of the existing commercial space that's there, about half of it, so about 32,300 square feet of commercial or retail recreational space, which is approximately 24.2% of the entire complex. And we'll be preserving the building and grounds to national standards. So this is a $30 million investment in this building and in this community. Just a couple of character images for what the units in this building will ultimately look like. I'd like to compliment our architect on this approach. When we first started looking at this building, he had a very insightful approach, which is that you need to keep the glass block, but in residential units, you need to provide a certain amount of fresh air into the units, which the glass block does not do. The glass block emits a lot of light, but it doesn't emit fresh air. And so the window sill, the glass block sill, is about up to here. It's about a 4-foot window sill there. So if you put new operable windows below that sill line, and they're awning or hopper type windows that you can open up with just a hand motion, you can admit the fresh air that you need into the units, and you still keep the light and the character of the units. And so you can see this is from the upper level bedroom looking into the double height living room. So you're looking from a bedroom that's on the second floor, internal to a unit, and you're looking out onto a 16.5-foot high living space. It's important to point out that not everybody will want to live in a unit that has glass block and this kind of window configuration, and that's fine. We're not expecting that everybody will want to live here, but diversity in the housing market is a good thing, and we think that there is enough character in this building, that there's enough good things about this location that it will attract a strong tenant base, and we think it will serve a valuable role in the housing mix in this community. This is from that upper level bedroom, again, stepping back a little bit from the overlook into the living space here. You can see the waffle slab ceiling. The original concrete formwork was popped out, and so you can see the exposed concrete there. It's a very industrial look, and again, it's not for everybody, but we think it's consistent with this building's aesthetic.
Just a matter of clarification on that point. Those operable units are on the actual first floor of the building.
Correct.
And then they're two-story units. So the bedroom is basically in the upper portion of that first floor because you got 16-foot floor to floor. Is that correct?
Correct, that's right.
And it's only on the east side.
That's right. And the windows below the sill are only on the first floor of the building. So we are not proposing that on the second or third floor of the building. And so we don't have residential units on the second and third floor of the building facing east.
Correct.
So the only residential units on those second and third levels face south and west and north.
Thank you.
This is a view from the hallway. As you're entering a common hallway from the unit into the living room, you can see if this were a two-bedroom unit, one of the bedrooms is on the right side, and then the kitchen is immediately behind. And on the back of the building, we have a little bit more flexibility. We have the ability on the back side to actually insert vertical windows into the fields of glass block. So on the rear of the building, we don't need to put in the windows below the sill. So we have the ability to mix between vision glass and a glass block. And this is because the Historic Preservation Office doesn't consider that a primary facade, so it gives us more flexibility on the rear. So our preservation approach, we address the windows, and I think I've discussed those a little bit. Our approach to the site, let's see if I have my laser here. Our approach to the site maintains the Great Oval, and it actually expands the parking spaces a little bit, but it maintains the basic shape and character of that Great Oval. As Joel noted, we did agree to the city's request that we include a connector road connecting the oval to what is now the parking lot for the mattress store. And so that lot will be retained, and there will be a connection, a roadway connection, to bring you from this side of the site to this side of the site. There is no roadway connection there now, so there's no connection, vehicular connection between the front and the back of the property at this point. And then we're putting the bulk of our parking around what's called the west wing. And I don't know if you've ever been back there to that. It's kind of a metal shed building that was built in the 1980s. So it is not a historic building, but the tenants that are in there are many of the commercial tenants here. There's a volleyball training facility there. There's a chiropractor's office. There is a personal fitness training facility back there. So those tenants will be staying in the building, and the parking will be redistributed around that back wing. We're addressing the significant need of this property for masonry, in some cases reconstruction, in almost all cases tuck pointing and repair, so that the masonry of this building, which is its single largest capital need, will be restored to its 1937 condition at the end of the project. And the cell antennas, you can see this is the back view of the property from the roof, and they are pretty ugly. And we have, again, some fairly clever solutions, we think, to address that and improve the appearance of that tower. So we have a number of challenges to this project. We've got multiple sets of overlapping requirements. We have your planning and zoning requirements. We have the city historic preservation requirements. We have the state and federal historic preservation requirements. We have accessibility. All multifamily properties are subject to fair housing accessibility requirements, and we need to meet those requirements. And then we have multiple layers of review. So we have the city, we have Kane County, we have multiple agencies at the state of Illinois, the Illinois Housing Development Authority, the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency, and federal, the National Park Service, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. As Joel noted in his report, this is a mixed-use development, and we believe it's important to maintain this as a mixed-use development. We will maintain many, not all, of the building's existing tenants as local business contributors to the local economy. With that, the jobs that go along with that, there are approximately 15 permanent jobs we think will remain with the building. And then housing uses will be in the main part of the building, and commercial uses are proposed for the south and west portions. As Joel noted, zoning here is a mixed-use district that explicitly allows housing. So, just to reiterate briefly what Joel stated in his report, there are no land use changes proposed here. We are consistent with this zone. We are requesting a PD overlay district to address some of the regulatory challenges we've got here. Some modifications related to parking, to landscaping, and some of the technical modifications Joel noted, the transparency issues, openings, entrances, and so forth related to the unique nature of this site and the historic building. So just very quickly, I'm going to go through each of these. The Plan Development Overlay District, the three stated purposes of the PD Overlay District, to modify the base district regulations to implement the comprehensive plan. We believe we do that. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. To provide opportunities for unique or mixed-use development. I don't think that anybody would argue that this is not a unique property, not just in Batavia, but really in the whole region. And then providing opportunities for development intensity greater than permitted by base district regulations. As Joel noted, this development intensity is not greater than those permitted by the base. In fact, it is in many ways lower than what could otherwise be proposed here. We believe that this project aligns very well with some of the key elements of your comprehensive plan. In the land use element, it is encouraging a mix of uses in land where they are compatible and integrated with the neighborhood, and we believe that this does that. Protecting and enhancing environmentally sensitive and historically significant places. Obviously, this is historically significant. And then environmentally sensitive, we're keeping a lot of this as open green area, so we are trying to minimize the amount of asphalt and paved area that we're putting into this property. And maintaining a diversity of housing types, prices, and styles. That is kind of the essence of what this project is doing. Within our transportation and circulation element of your plan, ensuring that persons with disabilities are given equal access to homes, employment, shopping, and recreational areas. This project will exceed the typical accessibility requirements for multifamily properties because it is a mixed income property, and so it will provide greater opportunity for people with disabilities to live here. For the economic development and redevelopment component of the plan, preserving significant historic buildings and features is a goal of the plan. And then the Campana-specific redevelopment text of your comprehensive plan. Presence of the Campana building is an important part of the city's architectural heritage. The building and campus is underutilized and in need of maintenance. Opportunities exist to increase the economic usefulness of the building and site while maintaining its historic character. The historic nature of the building and site does create extraordinary logistical and financial challenges in increasing economic usefulness. We agree 100% with all of that. And finally, engaging real estate professionals with proven success in redevelopment. I think our work speaks for itself. We consider ourselves experts in this kind of work. So the 9 items that Joel has listed in terms of modifications from the zoning code. The minimum parking setback from the streets. As noted, King County DOT is requesting a dedication of 50 feet of right-of-way on both the Batavia Avenue and Fabian Parkway sides. That translates into about 3/4 of an acre of land, which we have valued based on our appraisal at something around $132,000, which we are willing to just donate to the county because we believe that it is an important part of the project. The plan reuses the existing parking lot for the mattress store, and so the 10-foot parking setback is just not possible if the right-of-way is moved 50 feet inboard from Fabian Parkway. It's just part of the process of dedicating that right-of-way precludes meeting this 10-foot minimum parking setback. So we need relief from that component. The land use mix, the plan and has 32,288 square feet out of 133,285 feet total in the building, or 24.2% of its square footage in retail or entertainment use. However, the specific language in your code says that each project shall have a minimum of 25% on the first floor square footage adjacent to a public street in those uses. Part of the problem here is that this property to the immediate west of ours is actually not our property. And I should note, by the way, that we don't own this property yet. We are under contract with its current owners. And so I think at least one of the owners is here this evening. And because this is set back approximately 400 feet from Fabian Parkway, this doesn't meet the adjacency requirements in here. So we are asking for a modification to essentially meet the spirit with a very minor reduction of that 25% amount. But we can't meet the letter of what the requirement calls for. In terms of transparency, I think Joel described the challenges with this regulation fairly well. First floor, front elevation requires 30% and non-residential 50%. There is a specific provision in this section of the code that says for historic structures, notwithstanding the above, landmark buildings or buildings classified as significant or contributing shall continue their historic pattern in form of window and door openings. So we believe that this provides additional justification beyond the pure sort of preservation considerations to grant the requested modification. The front of the mattress store is a newer addition to the building. Up at the top of the screen here, this is a fairly diagrammatic view of what the front of the mattress store looks like. It's part of a wing that was added onto the building. You can see this wing shown in a side view over here. The wing was added in the 1960s. It's kind of a metal shed. It's not wonderful, but at least it added the glass block. From a historic preservation perspective, the SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Officer, has agreed that our approach here will allow us to put windows into this portion of the building as long as the original 1936 building maintains intact, with the exception of the windows we're putting on the first floor below the sill line. So this approach, as Joel noted, has been approved in concept by the State Historic Preservation Office, and it's now going through the formal process of designation for what's called a Part 2 Historic Preservation Plan. Fourth component, building entrances. As I noted, the main part of the building is about 600 feet long. There really is one entrance to that. There are a series of fire doors in the building, but there is one entrance there. So if you were to meet the letter of the code, there would have to be 12 entrances on the front of that building. And obviously from a preservation perspective, that doesn't make sense. On the Fabian side, there is one entrance now. It's a little bit off of center, so the code would technically call for a second entrance, but it's one business there right now, so they don't need or want a second entrance. So we are requesting this modification to allow that. Similarly, in the back, in the west wing, there are actually two separate entrances, but they're set back pretty far from the street. So this is the primary approach that we are looking at here. The parking field landscape separation that Joel discussed. The way we have designed the parking around the building, no parking field in our proposed site plan has more than 20 parking spaces in it. Where we vary from the specific requirements of the code is in the width of the landscape pieces that separate them. They're about 8 feet wide, so they are just a little bit less than the typical width of a standard parking space. And so they don't meet the 20-foot requirement, but they are, the vast majority of them are in what we'll talk about in just a moment, in the land banked back portion of the site. So you really never see that from any public street. And then in the front of the building, there are only 19 or 18, I think, parking spaces there. So in the front, we don't need those little landscaped areas. Number 6, the parking supply. As Joel noted, the code requires 301 parking space. Our initial proposal that we have had many discussions with city staff about came in at 142 parking spaces, which is really what we thought that our tenants would require, both commercial and residential tenants. After discussing this with the city staff and with our transportation engineer, we've revised our plan upward to bring that to 206 parking spaces, with an option to increase that to 302 if needed in a land bank approach to parking. So I should note that this is the what's called the Phase 1 plan, and as Joel noted, in the back of the property, we proposed a soccer field and a tot lot for the residents of the building. It won't be a public park, so it won't be open to the general public, but it will be for the use of the families living in this building. Parking supply, again, the 96 parking spaces can be added if necessary. 3 more components here: the monument sign, landscaping. Again, this was a request of the State Historic Preservation Office about the specific landscaping requirements. This is an example of a sign that I think is closer to what the landscaping requirements are, but the State Historic Preservation Office just wants the sign without the additional landscaping requirements, so we've requested that modification. The monument sign setback, it's supposed to be 10 feet back from the right-of-way. So given that we are dedicating 50 feet on both frontage streets, that would put the sign 60 feet back from both of these streets. And it's a big site, and we believe that we need monument signage to help direct people into the site and identify the property. And so we're requesting that modification. And finally, the wireless communication facility support structure. This indicates that no monopole for wireless communication equipment should be within 500 feet of a property designated for residential use in the comprehensive plan or zoned for residential use. That's not so much an issue of any of our neighbors, because we believe that we are pretty close to that 500-foot distance, if we're not actually a little above it, from the tower itself, which is the only pole component, if you want, to the property. The issue is the internal conflict within the property of having residential tenants within a property that is within that 500-foot circle. And so we need this relief to allow us to continue to have the wireless communication equipment and have residential uses within the building itself. I'm going to take a quick check to see if there are questions. I have maybe another 10 minutes of a presentation. I don't know if anybody wants to ask questions or they just want me to plow through and continue.
We probably have a lot of questions. I'm concerned that once we start questions, maybe you won't.
Okay.
Why don't you just finish your presentation?
Okay. All right, so as noted, again, very quickly going through parking, 301 parking spaces required, 153 residential for 80 apartments, 148 for commercial for the 32,000 square feet. We have proposed a plan that includes, with a land bank, the potential for 302 parking spaces, of which 206 will be built at this point, and the additional 96 parking spaces can be built if needed. The residential parking ratio here, what is included in that is 111 spaces for 80 apartments, which is 1.39 spaces per unit. And this is consistent with local and national data about parking needs for multifamily housing. The Institute for Transportation Engineers calls for 1.23 spaces per unit. Census data that our transportation engineer pulled from City of Batavia properties themselves call for 1.29 spaces. And in a further survey of luxury apartments in and around the northwest suburbs of Chicago, that 1.39 figure was the average number that we found in about 10 different large multifamily properties, much larger than this one. And so we settled on that higher number to try to make some approach to getting close to the city's requirement. For the commercial parking spaces, we are providing 95 parking spaces. According to the Institute for Transportation Engineers, only 82 spaces are needed. There are only 32 commercial parking spaces now for the 73,000 square feet. And so for half of that, less than half of that square footage, we are proposing almost 3 times as many parking spaces. So we believe that is a reasonable approach. The traffic characteristics of the site for the 80 apartments, it will generate an additional 41 trips from the property at the morning peak hour and an additional 50 trips at the evening peak hour. The commercial uses of this property have been reduced by 52%, but within our traffic study, we have not taken credit for that reduction. However, our transportation engineer did look at what the alternative uses of this site were, and we can talk a little bit more about that in a second. Any of those alternative uses, which are more intensive, would generate anywhere from an additional 100 to an additional 400 trips at peak hour for this property. So, for example, our proposal here, total site trips, including the commercial space, is 62 trips at the morning peak and 90 trips at the evening peak. If we were to go to a plan that is all office and retail, it would be an increase of almost 100 trips at the peak hour, and at the evening peak, almost 300 trips. If we were to go to a medical office and retail approach, again, significant increase, up to almost an additional 400 trips at the peak hour. Same with an office and retail mix that will include a restaurant, and that would include almost 200 additional trips at the morning peak. The impacts on Fabian Parkway at Batavia Avenue, the increase in site traffic, our consultant has concluded that there would be less than a 1% increase in site traffic here, with minimal impact on the delay condition of that intersection. Both IDOT, the Illinois Department of Transportation that administers Batavia Avenue, and King County DOT, which administers Fabian Parkway, have looked at this site, or are in the process of looking at this site. We're dedicating, as I mentioned, about 3/4 of an acre of right-of-way to help with roadway improvements that may come down the road. And the pedestrian sidewalks along the south side of the site, and then a crossing at Fabian Parkway from north to south to help integrate this property a little bit better into the pedestrian grid. So that concludes the portion about the zoning modifications. Just very quickly about the plat of subdivision. The primary reason that we're requesting the plat of subdivision is for the technical and legal requirements that we have to finance this project. We need to legally separate the commercial and residential components of the property, because we are using resources that are specific for affordable housing. Those components of the property can't have commercial uses in them, and so we are legally separating them into 2 pieces on the property. The same people will own those properties, and the property will not be sold in pieces. It is intended to maintain the same owners, the same developers, but we're doing this because we legally need to separate this property for financing reasons. As far as the design review components, principles that we've taken for the restoration of this building are to respect the integrity of this building, its wonderful historic character, accentuate the interplay of light and shadow and color, use landscape sparingly to bring out the historic features, and where necessary to hide some of the contemporary modifications. So you'll see along the base of it, and if you've gone out to the property, there are foundation plantings along the base of the building now. They're a little spotty. They're in some places the plants have died and they've come out. We will be putting new foundation plantings. Oops. New foundation plantings along the base of the building to conceal those new windows that we're putting in, and that was part of the negotiation with the State Historic Preservation Office. we need to accommodate the program necessary to generate the $30 million needed to restore the building. So we need both residential and commercial and the cell phone uses all contribute to the economics of this project. The key site design components that we're using include a restoration and expansion of the parking capacity of the great racetrack in the front, a multi-phase parking approach with a soccer field and a tot lot at the back of the site. So adding some amenities for residential tenants while respecting the site's historic views and minimizing the amount of impervious area that we're adding. And as I mentioned, the landscape design approach to concealing those new windows with foundation plantings. The approach that we're taking to the cell equipment is to build what's called a stealth screen around the top of the tower. So this is essentially a steel frame on which are mounted a series of 7 or 8 foot tall fiberglass panels. And the panels are designed to match the masonry color and pattern of the existing tower exactly. And all of the cell phone antennas will be relocated from the back of the building and running all up and down the tower to the framework in front of these fiberglass panels. Unlike masonry, the fiberglass is actually invisible to the cell antennas. And so the cell service will actually be strengthened because it gives the cell companies an opportunity to have antennas facing east directly onto Batavia Avenue, so the cell signal will actually be a little bit better there, while maintaining the service to the south, the north, and the west. In summary, the benefits of this project, we believe, is the long-term preservation of a very important landmark for Batavia and for the entire Fox River Valley, satisfying numerous goals of the Batavia Comprehensive Plan, providing housing for a range of families and singles within this community and in the surrounding communities. Those who are in living wage and even lower wage jobs, people with disabilities, and people who can pay market rent. Maintaining some of the jobs that are at the site and creating likely more than 100 construction jobs during the construction of the renovations. And very likely the tax revenues of this project will increase somewhere between 40 and 50% over the taxes it's currently paying today. So that concludes our presentation. We thank you for your patience, and we are willing to answer questions.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Very thorough. Okay, I got a question for the commission. There's a lot of people here tonight. We can take our time and ask a lot of questions, or we can allow people to speak and hold their questions to the next meeting.
I would prefer to hold questions to the next meeting.
You have a microphone. People can't hear you if you don't speak.
I would prefer that we hold our questions and discussion until we have them for our second.
You guys are coming back no matter what, so I figure that way all these people don't have to return if they have an opportunity to speak now. So that said, if everybody's in agreement, I think we'll just open the floor to the public. And we have a sign-in list, and the big winner is the first name that we announced on the list.
We'll call the first several names. I will queue up at the podium, behind the podium, just so we can. They've already signed it. First names on the list are Trevor Kramer, Christine Couts, and Becky Cruz.
Hello, my name is Trevor Kramer. I am with the Association for Individual Development. I'm here as a representative to show our support for this project. So AID, Association for Individual Development, is a nonprofit organization based in Aurora. However, we provide services through all of Kane County, Kendall County, DeKalb County, and McHenry County. We help individuals who have developmental and mental health disabilities. So, with that in mind, one of our biggest challenges is a lack of housing for individuals with disabilities. So this project will allow us to be able to house so many individuals that are looking for housing at this time. Currently, we work with the SRN, or the State Referral Network, which is an state of Illinois network that has a list of individuals looking for low or reduced housing. There are currently around 475 people just looking for housing in the Geneva, Batavia area alone. So with that in mind, AID would like to show their support in order to show that housing is necessary in this community, and that and we've already served around 500 individuals in this area alone. We'd like to increase our services and help those who cannot speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christine Counts, and I'd like to say thank you to you, the Plan Commission, and the City of Batavia for giving us this venue and letting everybody come here to listen and offer their questions and comments. Firstly, I want to also thank David Block. David has been wonderful to present this, and I really feel his heart and soul of this project that he has put into creating a safe, decent place for people of all income and developmental levels to live. So through attending these meetings on this project, I have found myself wondering why some of the comments have been raised and kind of mean-spirited at times. Why two great communities are struggling to find the benefits of this project. Of course there are strong issues to address: traffic, safety, size of the project, parking, number of school-aged children living in the apartments, and how the project will look in keeping with the historical significance of the building. Yet what I hear sometimes are concerns about crime and decreasing property values and the assumed undesirable population that may take up residence there. It's really sad. As a member of the Geneva 708 Mental Health Board, I have learned the biggest need for citizens with developmental or mental disability is housing. By serving on this board, I am also asked to be an advocate for individuals with special needs. This redevelopment would provide this housing opportunity for that population. Michaela Connery from the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies writes in her 2016 paper that one size should not fit all when it comes to housing for individuals with a mental or developmental disability. Almost all of the current research establishes clearly and consistently that individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities experience greater personal freedom, more participation in social activities, more frequent associations with family and friends when living in community rather than living in institutional settings. This should matter to both of our communities, shouldn't it? I would be remiss if I didn't also speak on behalf of saving this important building from the jeopardy of further deterioration. This building in its infancy provided jobs for people who were working for minimum wage. They lived in our communities, they attended our churches, and their children attended our schools. As time goes on, it takes vision to bring back to life a building of this type long after its original purposes has eclipsed. Coupled with its history and architectural interest, this building and community would be well served with the proposal that is before us today. And while this has no relevance whatsoever, Ernest Oswald was my great uncle, and he loved Batavia very much. I grew up listening to stories of how he loved this community. He lived here, he bought fire engines for the city, he paid for the first baby pool at the quarry, and he really, really loved Batavia. I also should say too that I currently live just a few blocks north of Campana on 31, and I grew up just about 2 blocks south of Campana as a young girl. So this is a very important project, and I thank you for your careful consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Becky Cruz.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Black, for your presentation. And I'm a resident of Geneva now for 25 years, and I really applaud this effort to bring affordable and safe housing to our community. I do have one question. regarding the entry and exits, I know that Mr. Black spoke of fire doors. I just have a concern about if there were a need to evacuate the building quickly for any reason, is there just that one entry and exit? Can you further talk about that a little bit?
Was there anything else before he speaks that you wanted to state?
No, just my support.
Okay, great.
Just very quickly, there are actually 4 stairways that are proposed in the building. They're there now. We'll be reusing them. So there is a, let me get my laser again. There's a stairway. There's a stairway in the main tower that goes up all 3 floors. It actually goes all the way to the roof of this. There's a stairway in the corner between the 1937 building and the addition. There's a stairway in this corner between the 1937 building and that addition, and then there's a stairway in the rear of the building behind the tower. And so all of the egress distances are going to be within Batavia and Illinois fire codes, and the building will be fully sprinklered.
Thank you. Next 3 people would be Reverend William Cruz, Ann Hoteling, and Dan Kernler. I'm sorry, what's your name? Thank you. We'll call after that Amanda Gosnell.
Good evening, my name is Ann Hoteling. I'm a resident of 325 Lane Street here in Batavia. And I thank you for providing this public forum this evening. I drive by this property every day, twice a day on my commute. And I appreciate David Block's presentation about the traffic uses and what could happen and the low density of this and the fact that it will be a lower density traffic at that property and will provide historic preservation at the same time. In my day job, I'm a lawyer. I work for a fair housing organization. And while affordable housing is not protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act as such, there are protections based on who is going to live in the housing, right? So if you're talking about the sticks and bricks of the housing, the planning and zoning would be part of that. If you're talking about who's going to be living in there, people with disabilities, seniors, other types of people which are protected under the Federal Fair Housing Act, that making a decision on that basis, of course, would be problematic. I understand we've heard some comments from people, about who's going to live there and the fact that they're not, they may not want them to live in Geneva, but they have a First Amendment right to say that. I just want to preface everybody that they have a First Amendment right to say what they want to say, right? But we all know that under the Fair Housing Act, taking action based on those statements would be a problem. So thank you for your careful consideration of this matter. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Dan Kernler. I'm a Batavia resident, and I'm actually a math and statistics instructor at Elgin Community College, and so I have some research that I wanted to share with the commission and put in the public record, so I'm just going to take a stack and start it over here. The main question that I was interested in researching and actually finding academic research about, where people looked at data and rigorously analyzed it, was about the big issues that appear to be coming up, which is crime and property values. And so I have 6 different research studies that I found. I spent about, 5-6 hours scouring some of the databases that my college has access to. There's a lot of newspaper articles and other things that really aren't research. And so I tried to find the first few that came up on my hit list. And so you can read the quick summary of each one if you're interested. The big message that I got out of this is any study that looked at crime, regardless of where the mixed income housing was built, found no change in crime. The property values were mixed results. Some studies would find no change whatsoever. Some studies, if they looked at where the housing was built, they would find a difference. And so where a big public housing complex was torn down and mixed income was put in its place, then there would be decreases in crime, increases in property values. And a couple of studies did find in lower poverty areas, sometimes there was, for a few years, a decrease in property values within a certain interval. And what I find most interesting about that is what property values are based on. I mean, property value is what people are willing to spend on that property. And so I think a lot of the changes in property values come from this perceived increase in crime, but I could not find a study that looked at a wide range of houses, mixed income housing, that found, oh, statistically there is an increase in crime. And so a lot of those changes in property values are simply people's perception, the result of people's perception. And so I wanted to share that with you and put this research in the public record for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Planning Commission, I'm Amanda Gosnell. I am the Executive Director of the Homestead Retirement Community. We currently have over 500 residents in our care, and we're located at 700 West Fabian Parkway, directly south of the Campana property here in Batavia. I'm here tonight to offer our observations on the proposed zoning code exemptions. As an entity, we have no recommendation, either affirmative or negative, on the overall zoning use request. We would, however, like to discuss specific concerns about potentially unanticipated outcomes that could come as a result of the Campana redevelopment as proposed. Our primary concern is traffic. Regardless of the number of residents and the vehicles that may access the site, we believe there needs to be more scrutiny of the inevitable and potentially dangerous traffic patterns that will result. A right turn only maneuver exiting the property seems impractical. We believe motorists will quickly resort to making a U-turn on Fabian in our Homestead driveway. Several of our residents have already been in accidents on Fabian Parkway, and if this traffic maneuver is forced, accidents will follow. The traffic impacts, regardless of the engineering reports and studies, seems to be undercalculated. A second concern is that there does not seem to be enough parking spaces to absorb the tenants and their visitors. A lack of sufficient parking may result in overflow parking on our property. Rather than cover the open area with parked cars, we would like assurances that vehicles that are parked there will have sufficient screening and not detract from the overall appeal of the reimagined property. You should know that the Homestead has been here for 41 years. Over those 4 decades, our residents have successfully adopted living in the Homestead for its safe and peaceful community setting. We would like to maintain that quiet atmosphere as much as possible for the enjoyment of our residents. Thank you for your interest and attention.
Thank you. No outbursts, please. Does the applicant want to respond to the comments related to traffic patterns and screening?
I think I've been conferring a little bit with my team here, and it may be more efficient for everybody if we kind of collect the questions that we hear from folks and save our collective response for the end. So I think we'll defer that to the end, if you will.
Thank you.
Next people are John Kiefer, MD, Bob Vaughn, and Leanne Espinoza.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Dr. John Kiefer. I've been in that area for long enough to be the original medical director of the Homestead 41 years ago. And I wanted to just bring up some of the questions about the possible health effects of people that might live in a building such as this, whether this building is really suitable for residential. In the presentation from Evergreen, there was some thought about saying that the kids that live there aren't going to be able to freely walk to the schools, and so Evergreen was going to provide a van to transport them to schools or transport them to events. I don't know if that's a way for children to live. There's asbestos in the building. Asbestos has been associated with lung cancer, fibrosis in the lungs, mesothelioma, and having had patients succumb to those diseases. That's a real threat. I know there's radon present. I've seen various levels of radon given, but say if that level were around 4 on some of the estimates. That is a risk of lung cancer. For people that smoke and exposed to a level of 4 radon, the risk of them getting lung cancer is 1 in 20. For people that don't smoke, there's still a risk of getting lung cancer, 1 in 100. And then there's the question of the radio frequency antennas. We use radio frequency in cardiology to scar portions of the heart, to destroy portions of the heart that might be giving rise to arrhythmias. A lot of our professional organizations have comments on radio frequency that these big antennas are picking up and transmitting. The World Health Organization several years ago came up with there might be an association with gliomas, which are, you might have heard talk about brain tumors from using cell phones. That came from the question of the radio frequency in the little cell phone, but it's, you know, a lot higher intensity near the antenna. OSHA says that there's may be some association with exposure to radio frequency that's in those towers and our immune system, immunosuppression. The FCC says that there's 2 kinds of roof antenna, one for residential developments and another that would be like a freestanding tower where nobody's living, and different levels of power associated with that. So it might be more than just a cosmetic way to address these, you know, the question of people living right under these high power antennas. And then finally, the United States National Toxicology Program has some experience that shows that the radio frequency exposure in animals can cause cancer. So we really don't know that it's safe to have people living right with these antennas. So I think I'd like, you know, the Plan Commission to see if they think that it's this is a suitable project, that it's worth putting the possibility of people's health at risk to save a building. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say from a staff perspective, there are guidelines in place, codes that require abatement. Obviously, abatement of both the asbestos and radon. There is in the building.
And that's very common as part of any rehab of an old building. Asbestos, lead paint, radon, those types of things are all things that are addressed as part of any rehab of a building. Buildings that the city took down recently in downtown, some had certain types of elements that had to be mitigated before we demolished them, so that is a very common type of thing that is mitigated in buildings in a typical renovation project. I'm sorry, the next person is Bob Vaughn, and then Leanne Espinosa. Leanne Espinosa.
Hi, I'm Leanne Espinosa. I live at 2031 Allen Drive in Geneva, just directly behind the Campana property. We hear a lot about the needs of those individuals that need affordable housing, and I think it's important to note that we're not really here to address whether or not that is a good thing or a bad thing for the community. That's not really what my concern is as a resident living behind it. An issue noted in the City of Batavia's comprehensive master plan under section for regional and interjurisdictional issues. It lists issue number 2 as external effects of decisions and goes further to say that land use decisions can have a profound effect on the outside of can have profound effects outside of the jurisdiction of the origin. Can you tell me your thoughts on obligations to existing homeowners and business owners who are adjacent to the Campana property but live outside of the City of Batavia?
Staff.
Sure. The regional and interjurisdictional element does address those things, and we did not receive any evidence to suggest there would be negative effects outside the boundary. We recognize that there would be an increase in traffic over what is experienced now, but there would be a decrease in traffic as to what this property could have if it was fully used with commercial use.
Sure. I guess just for everybody's clarification that the back neighbors of the property, well, the property in discussion here is Batavia. My backyard is the township of Geneva and unincorporated, and then my neighbor directly next to me is incorporated in Geneva. So kind of have three different areas that are coming together there. My hope is just that the city of Batavia will take in consideration the residents and homeowners that do live behind there and the effects that it will have. For example, Evergreen has stated in its application narrative that Campana redevelopment is compatible with surrounding uses and it will provide a graceful transition from commercial to low-density housing. However, the adjacent homeowners in the Allendale neighborhood, this parking lot will border their backyards. And can Evergreen explain how they determined that this parking lot, which will be lit 24/7, there will be definitely an increase in noise, which I was not in agreement, and I think it was a poor assessment that was done when the environmental study was done with the noise considerations, saying that there was no commercial vehicles, no trucks in the area is completely false, because there are trucks that park directly behind my house. A number of commercial vehicles, probably 15 plus, that do fire up every morning and come back at night. That is currently something that's there. While it might be maybe kicked out from this development, there is still dock doors on this building, and there is the potential for tractors and larger commercial vehicles to be going in and out of there. So lighting, as well as the noise, and also very significantly, which I know somebody else will address much better than I can, but the drainage issues that are going to be major significance for the neighbors behind us. So I just want to see how what is planned, I guess, from their quote of graceful transition to the family homes that are behind there.
Thank you.
Next three are Samantha Molewski, Joseph Kiefer, and Jenna Dempsey.
I was just wondering if they had a response to that for what was planned as far as making that graceful.
What we're going to do is gather all the questions and then they'll respond all at one time. Thank you.
Samantha Molewski.
Excuse me. I wanted to talk about my name's Samantha Molewski. I live in Allendale, Geneva. I had two questions. One was regarding the cell phone tower, and in the application narrative, it said the residences in the Campana building would be shielded from any radio frequency from the cell antennas by concrete and masonry, so that sounds good. I was reading over the zoning code in the city of Batavia in section 4.706. It states that in Part A, in relation to wireless communication facilities, under independent technical study section, should the planning and zoning officer require additional technical information that cannot be obtained from the applicant, the city may require the applicant to pay the cost of an independent technical study. And I can pass these out. I have some documents saying that when King County inquired to HUD how to determine whether the Campana building was in compliance with FCC regulations in relation to their environmental assessment, and the HUD environmental protection specialist directed King County to ask the cell tower owners if they were in compliant, instead of King County doing the actual measurements themselves. And there's a copy of one of the letters where they did this, but they didn't provide any raw data showing that what the numbers were and what the exposures would be. And maybe that would be something that have to be done, you know, when the building was finished to see what the levels are. But in light of this, you know, when you were talking about radon before, with the radon, asbestos, lead, you require a company to come in, test, and actually show what the numbers are to show that it's safe. But in this instance, it appears it's just going to be a letter from the communication company asserting that it's safe. So I'm asking the city of Batavia to, if they can apply the zoning code 4.706 and ask them to do the studies before people live there to make sure the levels are in compliance. And then an additional question in regards to traffic. Are there any actual plans to improve the intersection and a budget in place? I hear that the land will be donated and that will be great for these improvements. I live very close to the Campana building, and the traffic situation is really concerning to me. My father, when I was 1.5, was killed in a car accident. And every time I hear someone dismiss the concern over traffic, it makes me sick. Because I was left without a father, my sister was left without a father, my mother lost her husband. And for people to sit and say it's code for something else is very upsetting. I have a 5-year-old son who will be driving in 9 years. He's more, you know, of course he's going to be driving through that intersection. And I looked at the Fabian feasibility study, which was done quite a long time ago, and I'm wondering, what is taking so long? I understand it's KDOT, I understand it's IDOT and jurisdictional issues, but what is, I guess I'm asking, what is the city of Batavia doing independent of this development? You know, whatever goes in there, I would be opposed to it because something needs to be done. Like, how long ago was the Fabian feasibility study done? Where are the improvements? What's going to happen? What are we going to do to trigger the plans, the budget? You know, talking about hypothetically is great, but it seems like that's been going on for a long time. And so I'm just asking for them to seriously consider the KDOT comments about this plan and the impacts that they are suggesting that it will have in the area.
Thank you.
Next is Joseph Kiefer. And if not, the next person is Jenna Dempsey.
I have Joe Kiefer, I have a brief request. There's a traffic engineer that some folks in my neighborhood, which is Allendale, hired to conduct a traffic study. And I would like to, if possible, switch, even at the risk of me not talking tonight, switch with this individual and have him talk now so he can go home. And then I would just simply take his spot, which I don't even know where that is. What do you guys think? Thank you very much for that consideration. Let me grab him real fast. There he is. His name's Javier. We have some slides to put up on the screen.
You can go with the overall map.
Good evening. My name is Javier Milan. I'm a senior consultant of KLOA Incorporated, and we were retained by Joe to review the traffic study and the parking study that was conducted for the proposed development. I will say this, the study followed all industry guidelines, so we're not here to say that they didn't. However, we found various issues that we believe need to be addressed, and these are, as you look in the overall map, given the connectivity to the west with the medical office building, we believe traffic count should have been conducted at the medical office building. Some of the people that actually do go to the commercial uses on the west, what I'm going to call the west wing of the building, do use that access drive. So the study should have included that. The traffic counts and the analysis should have also included the number of pedestrians utilizing the intersection of Route 31 on Fabian Parkway. There was no discussion in the traffic study of the existing flow patterns. And what I mean by that is what occurs in the morning. We were out there in the morning and the afternoon, and in the morning, eastbound traffic on Fabian Parkway queues and backs up beyond Allen Drive very often, and it doesn't clear the intersection. It takes about 2 to 3 cycle lengths, probably 2, for them to clear. Similarly, Route 31 going southbound, the queues sometimes extend to and past the access drive to Campana. That was never discussed, and these queues will have an impact on traffic flow in and out of the proposed development as well as in the area. Another thing was there was no discussion of accident data at the intersection of Route 31 and Fabian Parkway. Based on information obtained from the Illinois Department of Transportation, the intersection has been listed in IDOT's 5% report, which presents the 5% of highway locations within the entire state of Illinois exhibiting the most pressing safety needs. These are based on a weighted crash rate of the crash severity, which includes fatalities, incapacitating injuries, non-incapacitating injuries, and reported injuries but not evident, and their frequency. And this report was created to assist IDOT to determine the nature and extent of safety problems, to provide guidance on where safety investments are needed, and to begin tracking the progress towards improving traffic safety in the state. Also, when looking at the traffic study, and I believe you have a copy of KDOT's review, the estimated directional distribution, and what I mean by that is the directions that traffic is going to approach and depart the site. It didn't seem to follow the existing patterns in the area, and this being mainly a residential development, we believe that it's going to follow what you see today in the area. It's just commuters going to work and coming back to work. So we believe that has to be reassigned and reanalyzed. The capacity analysis in the traffic study, there were various technical errors. I'm not going to get into the technical jargon, but they will have a different result when those are corrected for existing conditions as well as future conditions. I was wondering, and they can answer these, were there any auto turn runs performed internally to make sure that emergency vehicles, delivery vehicles, and service vehicles can actually maneuver within the site? So, based on our observations and our review of the traffic study, our recommendation would be that the traffic study be revised, and that the following should be considered in order to provide safe and efficient access and traffic flow. If you could go to the other slide, that would be a great. That one, yes. No, I'm sorry. Let's see. Maybe going to that one. It's probably that. Yes. So the access drive on Fabian Parkway, like I mentioned, it gets blocked very often in the morning. And our recommendation, without even seeing King County's recommendation, is to change that to riding right out. I'm pretty sure you're aware to the south, the Homestead, they are limited by signage to ride out only, no left turn out. And I think it's just the right thing to do, just to ensure that traffic flows safely and efficiently. The access drive on Route 31, it is actually pretty close to the stop bar. You can see it right over there, and our recommendation would be to look into relocating that access drive further north without destroying or changing that historical characteristic of the campana, which is the oval area. And the reason why we think that would be ideal is just providing more separation between intersections. And if anything, by doing that, you could probably restripe a left turn lane within the existing median. And what this would do is basically ensure that left turning traffic will not block through traffic on Route 31. Given that designation of Route 31 and Fabian Parkway as a 5% accident location, we believe the development should explore ways to contribute or mitigate the high accidents and capacity constraints of the intersection. Right now, under existing conditions, the southbound right turn lane warrants the need for a right turn lane. The right turn movement warrants the need for a right turn lane. So perhaps they should talk to the state or the county and see what can be done. I'm not saying that they have to do it, but they should look into it and see potentially what they could help with. And lastly, and I'm glad that I heard this, just like they mentioned, a crosswalk and pedestrian traffic signals should be provided on the west leg of Fabian Parkway, given the pedestrians that use that today and the additional pedestrian movements that would occur. With regards to parking, and I'll be very brief, we actually agree with the findings in the parking, and we looked at that. However, based on field observations conducted by the residents of the area at various times of the day, it appears that quite a few patrons of the sports medicine, pro force training, and club, fusion tend to overflow the existing parking, and they start parking into the medical office building. While this might not be a problem late in the afternoon when maybe the medical office building is done for business, we believe that a parking survey of the existing uses should have been conducted, and probably for 3 days. And the reason why I say 3 days is because of the difference of activities and attendance that occur in these land uses. And lastly, while we agree with the idea of land banking parking spaces, we want to make sure that the parking spaces for the commercial portion of the development should be justified based on actual demand and not just because it meets the IT rates or it meets code, because many times the demand is much higher than what code or IT rates might say. That summarizes our findings. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
I think, again, we'll defer the response and give the traffic engineer the appropriate time to prepare a response. I just want to ask, is all of those comments in this report?
Correct. They're in there. I just tried to summarize them and be concise, but they're all in there.
Right.
If you want, I brought boards in case that wouldn't work. I can leave them. However you would like to proceed.
Could you send them electronically to us?
I'm sorry?
Could you send them electronically to us?
We could send that too. And again, I brought that just in case electronically wouldn't work, so I can leave those in here too. So.
Yeah, if you have electronically, that's usually easiest. Sorry.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next on the list, Jenna Dempsey.
Hello, I'm Jenna Dempsey. My question is in regards to the developer's points about the close proximity of grocery stores and drugstores being available to residents. Walmart is 1.9 miles from the Campana building. Walgreens and Trader Joe's are 1.4 miles from the Campana building, and the Gas Mart USA station on Route 25 east of the Fabian Bridge is 0.6 miles away. The reason I bring this up is because on the afternoon of July 24th at about 1:50 in the afternoon, I was headed westbound on Fabian Bridge, and I witnessed a woman walking across the bridge. As you know, there are no sidewalks on the bridge. Cars were swerving around her in order to give her the space that she needed. In addition, she stopped 2 or 3 times to rest along the way. this is really concerning to me because I do cross Fabian Bridge 4 times daily with my 4-year-old and 6-year-old. And as it is, I avoid that intersection after 3 p.m. until about 7 p.m. every day because I do feel like I'm taking my life into my hands. I live in Allendale, so turning onto Allen Drive, feeling that somebody's going to rear end me any second, especially when the sun is setting. It was really concerning. I'm worried that more pedestrians might cross the street, cross Fabian Bridge on foot because it is the closest place for them to get a quick snack or a drink. If they don't have a car, they're not going to want to probably walk 1.4 miles when a quick snack or drink is 0.6 miles away, let alone children who can't drive yet. I do have a photograph of this woman if you would like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is John McCormick, and David Block, and Jennifer Beal.
Hi, I'm John McCormick, and I live at St. Andrews Circle in Geneva, Illinois. And I'm really impressed today. David, I'm part of your dream, and I didn't even know that. And why am I part of your dream? Because I'm a Geneva taxpayer. And what I'd like to do is ask this planning commission to set up a committee that I would love to be a part of. And maybe we could take that dream that's called profit and cut part of that off to pay for the education of these children that are going to be there, for teachers, for bus drivers, so that my taxes don't go out. So David's dream can be a part of my dream, and we can dream together. Thank you.
Well, I can't really follow that. I just signed up to get on the list, so I...
Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Beal. And after that is Bob McQuillan and Stephen Cooper.
Hi, Jennifer Beal. I live at 712 Forest Avenue in Geneva. Most of my concerns are about the safety of the residents who will be living here. First of all, I have a prepared statement. With respect to the racetrack entranceway, or the racetrack that's up there, there'll be a parking lot off of that, is that correct? Or there already is a parking lot and you'll be modifying the parking lot so that the residents, you'll have enough parking for the residents? Is that correct?
Correct.
So there's been lots of times when I've gotten out of my car at the grocery store and it's pretty tedious making my way up to the store with my kids next to me. It's, kind of hard. You have to pay attention to all the cars that are backing out, and I'm wondering if you would be installing a sidewalk that would be next to the parking lot so that maybe a single mom with her young kids and her groceries at night would be able to get out of the parking lot and onto the sidewalk and into the buildings safely. I'm not sure that this aligns with Batavia's comprehensive master plan under the transportation and circulation element, goal 3. That goal states that we must provide safe and attractive routes of travel for pedestrians and bicyclists. And Part C, under Goal 3, states that sidewalks are required in all new development and redevelopment of properties. So do you think that this lack of sidewalk in the front racetrack parking area is acceptable? My other statement is about possible effect to emergency response time. This is addressing the public facilities and services element goal number 4 in the City of Batavia's comprehensive plan to provide reliable and high-quality emergency response services. The city's policy is to respond to 90% of emergency fire suppression calls with an engine company within 4 minutes of a 911 call and supplement response with full resources within 8 minutes. That same policy is applied to emergency medical services in Part C, with a first responder within 4 minutes and arrival of an advanced life support unit within 8 minutes. So taking Javier's earlier comments into consideration, with Evergreen's traffic study and the overall site plan, do you feel that the responders will be able to get in to the Campana development should there be an emergency at 7 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, I'm Stephen Cooper, an attorney representing Allendale residents. As I said to the chairman before, I'd like to yield my time to the people who have come here and given their evenings, and I will be back next time and be happy to discuss their concerns.
Thank you.
Was Bob McQuillan?
Good evening. My name is Bob McQuillan. My wife and I have resided in the Fox Valley for 22 years, the last 2 in Batavia, the prior 20 in Geneva. Until I was 6, I lived in a Philadelphia housing project. As a single mom with 2 kids, my mom was considered low income and received housing assistance. While times have changed in 55 years, I understand the need for low-income housing or affordable housing. That said, I believe this project has several major issues that need to be addressed prior to approval. In my opinion, the potential financial cost to Batavia and Geneva residents is a top priority. I believe these financial costs will result in an increase in taxpayers' property taxes. What else is new, right? Evergreen Realty is a for-profit company. They are not developing this building out of the kindness of their hearts. Their goal is to make a profit. As they've stated, they will probably sell the property in 15 years, making millions on their original $10 million investment. Evergreen has made the following statements. Tax credits or grants will come from federal historical credits, federal housing tax credits, Illinois housing tax credits, King County allocation of federal home dollars, and federal home loan bank. Don't we all wish we had all that free money when we bought our homes? No, they have stated that no locally sourced tax revenue will be used. I assume they don't realize that federal, state, and county money comes from local tax dollars. Government does not generate revenue. Local residents do. They've also stated that based on the 2016 school year salaries, 97 Geneva teachers and 64 Batavia teachers would qualify as residents if they were the sole earner and a household of 4. There are 2 problems with this statement. Number 1, it assumes a single earner with a household of 4. There is no way to verify this. The statement is extremely misleading. And number 2, the number of teachers is wrong for both districts. Based on salary information I found on the school district's websites, only 74 Geneva teachers might qualify, not 97, and only 39 Batavia teachers would qualify, not 64. These numbers can easily be verified, as I did, and I have the information with me. How can Evergreen be trusted if they've provided false information to the city council. What else has Evergreen embellished? They stated their property taxes will increase 50%, and they won't ask for any special exemptions. The current assessment is $1.1 million, which results in about $100,000 in yearly taxes, property taxes. Based on the proposed sale, which they've stated tonight has not been completed, because they do have an option to back out if they don't get your approval. The assessed value should be about $1.7 million, which would be about $140,000 in yearly taxes. This amount will not come close to pay for the public services provided to the Campana building. Geneva School District's expenses alone for the estimated 26 students, which is their number, will be $390,000. Additional costs will be incurred by the township, the park district, the library, the city, and the city of Batavia. It is obvious that $140,000 will never pay for the services, the service expenses of this development. What benefits do current residents receive from developing Campana other than increased property taxes? This proposal does three things. Number one, it provides affordable low-income housing whose residents will be chosen by the Aurora Housing Authority. No local elected official or resident will have a say on who is chosen to reside there. Number two, Evergreen receives $20 million in free money, and rents will generate about $1.1 million a year, not including any business rental income. Evergreen will make millions when they sell the building. Number three, the local residents will be stuck with paying for the services used by the Campana residents forever. Please don't tell me that it'll only cost 3 Starbucks coffees per year. With the new Geneva Library, the Batavia water treatment enhancements, every taxing body getting their yearly increases, and increases in all of our utility rates, I expect to pay about, or at least, $500 more next year. This doesn't include the state income tax increase, the proposed 0.5% sales tax increase in Geneva, or the 2% restaurant tax. This certainly is a lot of Starbucks. Every person in this room has an agenda. It could be to diversify the community, have an opportunity to find a place for a disabled relative, keep low-income students out of, quote-unquote, our schools. It could be to turn a profit or no increase in property taxes. My agenda is simple. No increase in my property taxes. As a planning board, you need to decide what is the right agenda. My hope is that you will represent the residents who have been carrying the cost for decades to make this a great community. Please do not add to their burden by ignoring the additional operating costs that each taxing body will incur. Moving into the community means that property owners must pay for the services they get. There shouldn't be any concessions for Evergreen. In conclusion, please make sure that all taxing bodies in both Geneva and Batavia give input to how much this development increases their expenses. The financials of this deal might work for Evergreen, but they don't work for the residents of Batavia and Geneva. Unless Evergreen commits to paying all service costs for the long term, I respectfully ask you to reject this proposal. Thanks for allowing me to share my opinion.
Thank you.
Next is Belinda Kennedy, Sherry Lendy, and then David Dempsey. Belinda Kennedy.
Good evening. I'm Belinda Scarborough Kennedy. I reside at 1451 Holbrook Lane in Batavia, Illinois. Thank you for taking into consideration our opinions today. My degrees are in applied mathematics and computer science. So I also did research to understand the impacts from a mathematical perspective on what we're talking about today. I was able to pull a study from Stanford University titled, "Is Affordable Housing Good for the Neighborhood?" I won't go through the whole study. I would like to point out, though, it talks about some very important perspectives of when you do an assessment of making changes to the neighborhood, the impact, and how you initially identify the characteristics of the neighborhoods you want to evaluate. If you decide to put low-income housing into an environment that is indeed directed towards that population, you will not see changes in how the property values are evaluated. However, I will quote, "In the high-income areas, you saw a strong housing drop very locally, and then it radiated outward over time," McQuaid says. "The price effects remain even after 10 years." I think that's very pertinent as we talk about what we're looking at doing to our property values. I intentionally moved into Batavia, Illinois because of the environment I saw here in the school system. I made a conscientious choice to live in Batavia, Illinois. My husband's a British citizen. We made a conscientious choice to live in the United States. We were very focused when we spoke to our realtor about the environment we wanted to move into. Make no mistake, I come from West Virginia, one of our most poverty-stricken states in the United States. I have been able to live in housing that was not subsidized because I made a choice. I would rather live in a 3-room apartment, which I did several times after graduating, instead of living in a housing project. I, like the fellow gentleman, I want to provide these services to people who need them, like myself at that point in time, but I want it to be for the right reasons with the right outcomes. I will now point to the study that was on the Batavia website that indicated 26% of the people in Batavia could take advantage of this property. On that site, I will quote one of the comments that was posted. In the title of this article, "Low-income housing has no impact on nearby home values." After claiming there's no impact, then you go on to say it has no significant impact with a few exceptions. Then you eventually say that in Boston and Cambridge, Massachusetts, low-income housing projects had a negative impact on nearby homes in terms of price per square foot, a loss of between $18 and $19 per square foot. To me, that is an impact on my property values. I also want to conclude my comments by saying, if indeed, after you hear all of these different presentations and studies, you feel we will not be impacted, my request to this board is to have contract clauses that confirm if indeed our fears are met as homeowners were protected. I'd like to request that in the contract, there are penalty clauses that indicate if we see a rise in traffic incidents or issues, that we will be compensated as the City of Batavia and the City of Geneva. If we see a loss of property values, again, we will be compensated, residents in the City of Batavia and the City of Geneva. And finally, I ask that if we see any change in our crime metrics, we also be compensated. We've made an investment in decisions to live here. We also want to make sure, as we have neighbors come in, whether they're developers or residents, they have the same goals and objectives we have, and that's why we're taxpayers and voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry Lendy, and then David Dempsey.
Hi, my name is Sherry Lindy. I live at 1927 Allen Drive. Thank you for hosting us tonight, and thank you for allowing us to share our opinions. I don't think anyone here in this room could probably say that we don't need low-income housing. I think everyone knows that there's a need for that, and probably a lot of us have experience with it. But as a resident that lives in Allendale, I am very worried about children. I come from a family of teachers, and I'm a teacher myself, and I worry about the kids getting to and from the school. Now, I know that there has been a minivan, talk about a minivan being given to the students to bring them back and forth, but we all know that doesn't always happen. Someone's going to be later, the only one left, going to school later, even coming to and from friends' houses. The sidewalks at Campana stop at the Campana property. I don't even know how someone in a wheelchair would be able to get down to the bus stop that's at that corner. I don't think there's a sidewalk that goes to it from the building to the sidewalk. So if you're gonna, anyway. That being said, on the May 2nd meeting, Evergreen told the council and the public that the prediction for students for the Geneva School District would be about 10 to 26 children. And I think we heard that again reiterated tonight, right? Okay, so then again at the church meeting on Monday, July 17th, also we said 26 children. So why did the product manager from Evergreen, Nicolette, email Todd Latham of Geneva 304 and said there'll be 41 children coming? I have the email.
Thank you. We've still got a long list. We've, as I mentioned at the beginning, we'll probably continue the meeting, stop tonight about 10 o'clock. So as you come forward, again, just a reminder not to repeat and to be as brief as possible while still obviously stating your points. Thank you.
Next is David Dempsey, then Lynn Vesquez.
Hi, my name is David Dempsey. I am a resident in Allendale, Geneva, and I want to thank everybody here in this meeting. I appreciate the opportunity for especially Geneva residents to come in and voice their concerns. From what I can tell from meetings I've attended and things I've seen, it's mostly Batavia that is handling a lot of the decisions, and I wanted to bring up a point in which the fact that Geneva services will be used is a direct thing that Evergreen is using to help support and fund the project. So I wanted to pass out a letter that Evergreen submitted, and this is for requests to identify opportunity areas defined by IDA, so I'll pass that around. And I know this is a very exciting topic for everybody in attendance. Opportunities areas, as defined by IDA, are communities with low poverty, high access to job, and low concentrations of existing affordable rental housing. Based on those criteria, it's clear that Geneva is considered to be an opportunity area, and Batavia is currently not. And how you define those areas as a impact on funding. If a project is within half a mile of an opportunity area, but not in an opportunity area, the applicant can apply to be considered as part of the opportunity area. I think you can see where I'm going with this. If the applicant is considered part of the opportunity area, they receive 10 extra points on their application for low-income housing tax credit funds. The higher proposal scores, the more likely they are to receive an award of the low-income housing tax credits. Evergreen, therefore, in the document I passed around, asked on their application for low-income housing tax credits to be considered as part of Geneva to earn extra points on their application. I will again note that we are at a meeting in Batavia. In Evergreen's request for approximate opportunity area consideration, they stated, the site is only included in the city of Batavia and not the city of Geneva has a quirk of historical boundaries. Virtually all the rest of the land north of Vivian Parkway is included within Geneva's boundaries, not Batavia's, except for a few unincorporated parcels. It's another way of saying that this project mainly affects Geneva residents. A couple of representatives contacted IDA and asked about this and asked if the development is in one town but requests to be considered part of an opportunity in another town. Which town can claim the credit, so to speak, for affordability housing counts purposes? The answer was Batavia is given the credit, but it is possible for an intergovernmental agreement to be put in place to redistribute, so to speak, the number of affordable housing units a city can claim to have in its boundaries. Since the developer would have used the fact that the neighboring town had a low number of affordable housing units, using units to obtain more points on their application and ultimately be awarded federal tax credits. It's just a side note basically saying we find it curious that even though it's a decision made by Batavia, they're using Geneva data to support the project. So my overall question is, does the fact that the development is in Geneva Township, Geneva Schools, Geneva Library is adjacent to Geneva property owners, and that Geneva will be feeling the impacts of any zoning and planning decisions, made specifically when concerning parking? As a side note, if there is parking overflow, I think we all know where that's going to go. That's going to go into where I live and on the street in Allen Drive. And Evergreen was given extra points on an application for federal dollars because it asked to be considered part of Geneva, which they may be able to speak otherwise on this, but I'd be curious to know if Geneva was involved in this decision or aware of it or involved in any way. Does the fact that being in Geneva was part of the application for industry funds, is that of any cause for the members of the board here of concern, and whether Geneva's voice is being represented in this development?
Thank you.
Next is Lynn Vasquez and then Tequila Ahmed.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Vasquez, and I live in Geneva off of Western Avenue. I grew up in Geneva. I've been here for over 20 years, and all of my family lives here. I'm a low-income, single mother of 2 children. And I have to say that I understand your concerns about traffic. I understand your concerns about taxes. My concern is putting a roof over my head for my children. That's my main concern. I'm here to represent one face for the Campana project. One person whose life would be improved, representing millions of people, or in this case, a couple hundred people, whose lives would be improved. I represent the demographic of those who would be qualified to live in this building. I work hard, I'm in school, and I raise my kids. I'm not alone. The U.S. Census Bureau estimated that in 2015, there were over 40 million people in the United States living below the poverty level. And that number includes more single-parent families than any other family status group. I'm here to encourage the renovation of the Campana building so that others like myself can build a life, can be a contributing member of a great community, and can have their children attend wonderful schools. Please try to put yourself in another person's shoes, whether it's a single mother trying to best to build a positive future for her children, or an elderly or disabled person still capable of living on their own, or a vet who has served our country and has little assistance or limited resources. Doesn't everyone deserve housing that they can afford? Thank you.
Next is Tequila Ahmed.
Good evening, everyone. I am Lynn Vasquez's roommate, and as we talked about last time we was here, I don't want to repeat what she said, but I'm here to also put a face to what qualifying low-income affordable housing recipients look like. I too am a single mother and have lived in Geneva for the past 2 years, trying my best to start from the bottom up yet again, just to make and have my children attend wonderful schools and have a great start to a life that they will one day have to contribute to society. So I'm here to show support also for the Campana property.
Thank you.
Next is Dallas Heikkinen. After that is Matt Malswin, and then Rob Burns.
Hi, my name is Dallas Hickman. I live at 932 South Jackson Street in Batavia. I've been a resident in Batavia for 32 years, and Campana building is important to me. It's very important to me. It's a landmark that I love. It's a landmark my neighbors love. When we talked about this proposal, all my neighbors were so excited about restoring this building and providing housing too for affordable people. And one of the comments that I heard tonight, you know, I am happy that Evergreen is making a profit off of this. I think if they weren't making a profit off of this, I wouldn't trust them. So that's my statement.
Thank you. For those that have been standing for a couple hours, we do have some open seats. People have been rushing out of the room, so feel free to seat yourself if you're interested.
Good evening. My name is Matt Baldwin. Sorry for the bad handwriting. I live at 2013 Allen Drive. I'm an adjacent landowner to this project. I just want to second some of the previous comments and not repeat everything that they've said, but I think this project, based on its location and the planning boundaries and city boundaries, is a unique opportunity for both Batavia and the city of Geneva to work together in some capacity. I'm a civil engineer, transportation focused. We have projects all the time that have multiple jurisdictions involved, and obviously Batavia will be the lead on this project, but I think Geneva should be involved in the process at some level, up for you guys to determine what that exactly is. I have a list of concerns are all site-based. As an immediate adjacent landowner, and then also as my background as a civil engineer, I'm concerned with safety, traffic, mobility, parking, drainage, and noise abatement. And just as a general concern, I think as we sit here and go back and forth on for or against the project with the comments, I think what I continue to have a sense of is that this project is kind of being rushed through the system a little bit. And the reason I say that is I look at the staff memos we're going into tonight, and it summarized concerns or recommendations with the project, and it addressed entrances into the property, and it used Erickson's engineering suggestion that everything's fine, but also noted that there was no time to review the KDOT proposal or list of comments, which was pretty substantial. They talk about bus turnouts, they talk about turn lanes, right-in, right-outs, the change in circulation that would be experienced because of the connector road. None of that's reflected in any of the studies or site improvements at this point in time that what we're reviewing and considering tonight. And I think we should take the time to see what that plan would look like and understand what those impacts are before we make a decision on whether or not this is responsible development. That's my opinion. And in terms of traffic, and once again, I just wrote down some notes, I'll try not to repeat. I think what the KDOT review showed that this site, whether or not there's a lot of traffic extra or a little traffic extra, already has several deficiencies, and I think that should be considered as we move forward. There needs to be a comprehensive review of this site and not just Band-Aids put on it based on this improvement, so that we understand as we move forward, how do we make this a safe development? How do we make this a safe site? What does that require? I think the feasibility study done in 2005 goes a little ways in making those recommendations. None of those are reflected in this plan. None of them have been built and constructed out there yet. Javier from Kale Way mentioned earlier that a southbound right turn lane is warranted. The warrant for that turn lane is 150 right turns. The existing condition is 220. This is only going to add to that. Adding that connector road is going to add more right turns at that intersection. It's inevitable. So it's not just kind of warranted, it's definitely warranted. And that's part of the reason you have backups past that entrance. So these are all considerations. We're not talking about how to solve those problems in the plan or in the development as I've seen them so far. Let's see. So, and most of those will reflect in safety improvements. I mean, we talked about the 5% intersection earlier and what that means. That means this is not a safe intersection. A lot of these improvements that are proposed will increase the safety of this intersection. So So I think they should be considered as part of this development. Also, I've been at all the meetings so far, and there's been a lot of talk of the IT trip generation manual. I'm a traffic engineer, I'm a PTOE, which means Professional Traffic Operations Engineer, so I do deal with this quite often. The existing furniture store, we keep talking about, what if the Campana building had all these different uses, different retail, different medical? Well, these problems that currently exist aren't going away. That furniture store right now is the lowest developer of traffic of any retail use. So what happens if that isn't a furniture store? That's 16,000 square feet that could be used as something else. Right now it is the lowest use of traffic. So there's existing problems with a generator on site that is the lowest generator of traffic. That's an issue. It's not considered in this development at all. And it doesn't have to be. The traffic study does go by the letter of the law with that. That is something that we need to be concerned with as we move forward. What's the comprehensive solution to addressing the site and making it safe? Parking and drainage. I as a drainage engineer as well, unfortunately, it's kind of disregarded to the end of the project often. It always causes all kinds of troubles. I don't see any kind of grading, any kind of contours, anything that considers detention. And I realize the parking threshold isn't met at this point in time with the 25,000 square feet or whatever it is based on the local ordinance, but it's still at 17,000. And in addition, there's an aggregate parking lot back there where the runoff coefficient, which is drainage speak, is considered as if it was asphalt. Well, asphalt parking lots don't have the same amount of water that runs off them as an HMA parking lot does. It just doesn't happen. That's why they have different coefficients. So what are we doing with the drainage? Is that just an afterthought? Land bank parking? Where are you going to put the detention if you build that land bank parking? That's immediately in my backyard. I stood there with my son last night. And we're several feet below that property. So I don't want that in my backyard either. So that should be a consideration. And finally, noise abatement. We had a neighborhood meeting in Allendale with our local representatives. They organized the meeting. I give them credit. They went and talked to us about our concerns. They took out their time. They made the comment that asking the plan commission at this level would be the time to raise the concerns over possibly having a noise abatement law. Given the change in uses, given the change in the property and how its makeup is going to change in terms of a tot lot in the back and a lot more activity than we currently see back there. Right now it's only maintenance equipment. I would like to see some consideration of a noise study or noise wall abatement or something that at least talks about that as a consideration. As Geneva noted, that is a reasonable concern to raise at this point. With that, I'm going to close my comments, and I just want to say that based on looking at this development, there's a long way to go with the site plan before we really have a responsible development. And so I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit and think about some of these considerations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Rob Burns and Javier Spoke and Dan McLaughlin.
Hi, Rob Burns. I represent the office park immediately north of the Campana property on Route 31. I spoke very briefly at the first meeting and said I was encouraged that the city said they were not going to rush the project through, which was a fear of mine then, 3 months ago. I still have a little fear of that for different reasons now, which I won't get into. But 3 months have gone by, so it didn't get voted in that night. So I certainly appreciate that. We have a lot of concerns, and they're justified. Primarily, they revolve around traffic and also drainage, detention ponds. Whether detention ponds will even work. Do you have room to put a detention pond on there? Do you need to dig a big hole in the ground, a vault, to hide your detention because you don't have any room to put it anywhere else? And why are we worried? It's because the land tilts toward us, and if you don't do anything smart, it's going to run over onto our property, and it can do erosion damage. It can prevent us from being able to build on the other side of the woods, most of which we own. The place where the water runs out is on our property, not the Campana property. It runs underneath Route 31 to the river. With the aid of a consultant, we've tried to look at a couple of these issues. We requested a meeting with the city of Batavia, and we were turned down. I'm disappointed in that. I hope that might change in the future. Moving on, in terms of traffic, Those of you here, I think, remember the road diet situation that happened a year or two ago on Route 31. Initially might have included Batavia. I guess at the end of the day it didn't. And one of the things that came out of the road diet was, and apparently it's been, I'm not a traffic engineer like so many of the other people here, so I don't understand these technical terms as well. But I'm fairly practical. I can tell when you can't get out of a driveway, when you can't make a turn. When, if you come out of your driveway at Route 31 at night, I thought I was making a great discovery when they had the road diet. I interviewed the traffic engineer and told him, you know, you don't have anything down here about right turns at night. It backs up past the Campanile. It was 2 years ago. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I said, well, what do you mean? You just had a meeting. You never mentioned it. He said, no, I mentioned it. So I said, where? He says, no, I guess I did. Page 17, little footnote down the bottom. Well, the reason he didn't mention it, you know why? It's outside the purview of the city of Batavia. It's in Geneva, not Batavia. There's a border there. We go from Geneva to the county to Batavia. So that study only looks at the boundary that they're working on. So it's common knowledge to the traffic community that a right-hand turn lane is necessary heading south on Route 31 at night. It's been known for a long time. Why? They tell me it's rather obvious. There was a lot of growth toward Mill Creek and further west, so a lot of people are going home at night. That's where they're going. They're either getting off the train or they're driving there. King County is telling us that the growth that has been stymied by the recession, lo and behold, is coming back. We're building houses again. Where are they going to be? According to their plans, it's going to be west. We're talking 43,000 more people out there. They're talking making Fabian Parkway 3 lanes each way. Not 2 lanes, 3 lanes each way. So when I look at these things just as someone who studied this intersection, watched it every day for 15 years, I would say I know more about it than most people in this room. I've experienced it. It's important to me. And I think it's time that we already know that it's considered one of the most dangerous intersections in all of Kane County. The City of Batavia Police Department data says there were 70 accidents there in the last 3 years and 5 months. That seems like a lot of accidents. Homestead folks have told me that their people have already had too many accidents already at that intersection. I was surprised to hear someone come tonight, but they said they were worried about it. I agree. I think they should be worried about it. We are the 2 biggest people near that property. In fact, our property surrounds the property. So we are concerned. And I think it's time that somebody looks at this intersection, and as far as the city of Batavia, I think you should give serious consideration. And it doesn't matter what is going in there. It doesn't matter whether it's low-income housing or anything else. That location cannot handle much more traffic. That's it. 10 years ago, there was a development here, and I was in this room. It was finally shot down after a year, proposed by the Campanile owners at the time. One of the primary reasons was that KDOT, King County Department of Transportation, came in and it said, hey guys, the 2 entrances to this project are too close to the light. Take a look at it. You don't need a genius to understand that. And when intersections are too close to the light, it causes traffic problems. Things can back up. The King County report that was issued, I believe I was on vacation, Thursday night, says that all over again. I mean, they sure as hell ought to say the same thing again. It's the same thing they said 10 years ago. And things aren't any better. If anything, they're worse, and they're going to get a lot worse. So I understand it came in too late, apparently, for the staff here to really analyze it. You know, I understand. But that's a crucial piece of information. Apparently, this KLOA report has come up with some similar conclusions. I'd ask you to look at these things very seriously. It doesn't matter what's there. It doesn't matter that you can talk about, alternatively, we could have a lot more traffic in there if we built office buildings. That's my business, office buildings. I'd like nothing more than own more office buildings. The fact that you might be able to build an office building there has nothing to do with how many cars can be handled at an intersection. If you want to build the intersection, King County, build the office buildings, King County is going to tell you, you can't. You cannot do that. There would be too many cars coming out of here. We can't handle it. So that's the reality from a layman's point of view. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
This is Dan McLaughlin and then Natalie Weiss.
Good evening. My name is Dan McLaughlin. I am an employee of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters. I am a union representative. I've been doing this job for 16 years. I've seen a lot of projects come in, good and bad. And when in my world of good and bad, I've seen non-union jobs and union jobs. This project here has potential to employ a few hundred people and continuing, jobs afterwards. With the aging building like it's really important to know that it's got to be done responsibly. There's obviously some very big concerns from neighboring communities, and as a member that's been in the union for almost 22 years, I've actually worked on this building, a few years back, and it was a great opportunity. But we just got to be responsible about how we approach this, and I would love to have the opportunity to talk to any of these commissioners. I've got over 20 some odd years of experience in the construction industry, and what some of these engineers and other people have said, these are valid points. We need to look at all aspects and give the consideration to the communities that this project could impact. So as much as I want to say that I wholly support this project, we have some homework to do. So I appreciate and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Weiss.
Good evening. It is Natalie Weiss, and I'm one of those that was also raised by a single working mother, not college educated, often worked 2 and 3 jobs to support us. So I definitely understand the need for affordable housing, as other people have said, but I do not feel that the Companion project is suitable for what is being proposed. The specific concern I'm talking about tonight is about families. I'm concerned about the ability of affordable housing apartment units being able to evolve with families. For instance, when a young family decides to grow by the addition of young children and their 1-bedroom unit no longer is appropriate for their needs, will they be displaced and put back at the bottom of the waiting list, or will they be placed in a situation like the lady from the Elgin Apartments who filed a formal complaint with the City of Elgin's Code Compliance Division that said a tenant who has 3 children, aged 2, 4, and an infant, are in a 1-bedroom apartment. She was told by the management that she would be put in a 2-bedroom. They have since told her that currently there are no 2 bedrooms available and she has been put on a waiting list. She does not understand how the management can do this as it is a code violation. To me, this isn't acceptable. So as Evergreen, can you please explain your plan for accommodating the needs of growing families? Thank you.
Next is Tom Simonian and then Emily Erickson.
Thank you, Planning Commission Chairman, staff. My name is Tom Simonian and I live in Geneva, but I own 3 homes in Batavia. For what it's worth, my brother lives here, my sister lives in Batavia, my mom lives in Batavia, so I do have some Batavia roots. I'm here to speak on a couple of things. One is 3 of the zoning code sections that you mentioned tonight, I believe are critical to how you decide on this project, because it's going to set precedent moving forward for other projects. Zoning code section 2.505B, which addresses the coverage of vision glass on the building. There's a reason mason glass block is not considered vision glass. Folks, this was a factory. It was built as a factory, and it still is a factory. I would encourage you to go into one of these rooms and spend 2 or 3 hours with this glass block and see what kind of an environment it really is. If this is to be done right, historic preservation should remove that requirement and let them put windows to accommodate living conditions. So giving a variance on that particular code, I believe, is a mistake. Zoning code table 4.204 specifies the number of parking spaces required. Mayor Shelby said in the first meeting, the committee of the whole meeting, where the public was invited, that he said he wouldn't support any number less than what the zoning code specifies, and cited past variances 20 plus years ago to parking and how it has impacted Batavia today. I don't believe that allowing them a land bank is the answer. If it's 301, make them build 301. The last zoning code, section 4.704C-.1, does not allow residential buildings as a support structure for wireless communication facilities. Putting a facade around the telecommunications tower does not address this issue. And how do you address the issue when a number of other developments, now you allow this to happen, that they come and say they want to put a telephone tower on their 50-unit building or 20-unit building. You open up a can of worms here, and you set precedent for other developments to allow telecommunication equipment to be put on top of the roofs. Mr. Block, when I heard him speak at the congregational church, mentioned that the development would allow up to 2 people per bedroom. The proposed development has 130 bedrooms. If you expanded that to 2 people per bedroom, you're talking about 260 tenants. Now, their number says they're going to send 26 students in this development. Obviously, an email earlier mentioned 41. I believe the number is going to be closer to 80. And I'd like to piggyback on Bob McQuillan's math. If it was 80 children, that development would have to provide $1.714 million in property taxes to accommodate the $1.2 million needed to educate these children. I have no problem with any of this. What I have problems is that everybody's subsidizing this except the developer. And I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's right. And it's not only the Geneva School District, it's the Batavia Government, Police, Fire, and in Public Works, the Library District, the Park District. Also at the Congressional Church presentation, Mr. Block said, and I quote, "We evict people who bother their neighbors." Well, out of curiosity, and this is a question for Mr. Block, I had the Elgin Police Report pulled for 6 months from, I believe it was December of 2016 to June of 2017. 96 incidents, which included sexual offenses, fights, burglary, retail theft, unlawful possession of drugs, unlawful distribution of drugs, theft, criminal damage to property, battery, obstructing justice, damage to property, resisting arrest, identity theft, harassment, and aggravated assault, were just some of the incidents. My question isn't necessarily geared towards the individuals living there. My question is to Evergreen and Mr. Block. How many of those 96 incidents that created those types of felonies did you evict because they were a nuisance to the neighbor and the neighbors of the neighborhood? I'd also like to know how many folks you've evicted in all your properties over the years. Because I have a funny feeling that that isn't necessarily the case, that they evict people who bother their neighbors. At the beginning, well, you could probably guess the position I have with regards to this development. But I would change my position if 4 things were implemented. 1, in the information, it says 26% of Batavia residents would be eligible for this development. If that's the case, I'm guessing Geneva and St. Charles would have a good percentage of residents that would also be qualified for this particular development. I would like to see us take care of our people in the Tri-City and allow only the Tri-City residents who qualify be residents of this particular development community. I don't want to see the Aurora Housing Authority manage this process, or the City of Chicago, or anybody else. 2, I'd like to see Evergreen be a true partner to this and let them pick up the shortfall. If they claim it's 26 students and they're banking on that, then let them pick up the shortfall, which is about $350,000 of the $1.1 million that they're going to make in rent, so they can be a true partner to this. 3, follow through with your comment that we evict people who bother their neighbors and have an eviction process that will protect the neighbors and the residents within the community. And then last, one of the aldermen at the initial meeting mentioned maybe we should transport the students to the Batavia School District. Why don't you move the children to the Batavia School District and let Batavia manage that process? If those 4 conditions are met, I'd support this tomorrow. But if not, I can't support this. Thank you very much.
Next is Emily Erickson, and then Maggie Nelson.
Hi, my name is Emily Erickson, and I live in the Allendale neighborhood. I wanted to talk about Batavia's comprehensive plan in regards to traffic and KDOT. The City of Batavia's comprehensive plan describes issues identified with transportation and circulation elements and consequent goals to attain safe and efficient transportation. The introduction to the City of Batavia's comprehensive plan states, I quote, "Safe and efficient transportation plays a key role in building and maintaining a strong community." The plan identifies issues for the transportation elements to address. So again, quote, "Traffic delays have been cited in numerous city surveys as a major issue for residents. Traffic is an ongoing local and regional concern, having impacts on commerce and the overall quality of life." Another issue identified in the comprehensive plan is number 7, and that states, "Batavia's major streets are under the jurisdiction of the state or Kane County. Those entities are the sole decision makers for allowing access to these streets. The city must continue to work collaboratively with these authorities to best plan for a development of adjacent properties and roadway improvements." In order to address the many issues identified with traffic, the comprehensive plan has determined specific goals to achieve. Goal number 5, carefully manage entrances and exits to public streets in concert with Kane County and IDOT to ensure safe and convenient access to property. I don't believe that IDOT has turned in their site plan yet, right? After reviewing the KDOT traffic study and site plan, if the City of Batavia fails to require Evergreen to implement their revisions, this would be an utter failure by the City of Batavia to fulfill its declared major goal elements in their comprehensive plan. My next comment has to do with housing supply. Bear with me, I have a few pieces of a puzzle to put together before I explain it. After reviewing the Homes for a Changing Region plan, it states that the following findings. There is a shortage of rental housing for those making under $35,000 a year. But it states that there is more than an adequate supply of rental housing for residents earning between $35,000 and $50,000 a year. So I will say that again. The Homes for a Changing Region plan stated that there is more than an adequate supply of rental housing for residents earning between $35,000 and $50,000. Now, in the Campana Property Needs Assessment, which was prepared for Evergreen Residential Development and added on July 7th, 2016 and submitted to IDA as part of its low-income housing tax credit application, it states in Section 3E, which is the population and demographic characteristics, that the population for the PMA, which is the primary market area, which encompasses Geneva, Batavia, and North Aurora, that the projected population growth here is only 0.3%. A 0.3% population growth for these 3 cited cities equates to 197 people a year within that Tri-City area. 197 people. And these 197 people, we don't know what income brackets they fall into and whether or not they'll be low-income housing or need low-income housing or whether they're children or anything like that. So, in light of these combined points and the fact that there will be 1,336 future planned apartments units between St. Charles and Batavia that fall within less than 4 miles of Campana, I feel that this will add a challenge for your ability to fill the market rate units. Since there is a shortage of rental for people making under $35,000, don't you feel obligated to convert the market rate units into other types of income-driven units? My final comment has to do with the voucher status. I kind of question how many people from Geneva and Batavia will be living in Campana. There are 25 Aurora Housing Authority vouchers assigned to Campana. The waiting list for the project-based voucher units is full, and therefore it's closed for future applicants. The AHA, Aurora Housing Authority, does not accept applications when the waiting list is full. Given this status, will anyone who currently desires to live in those 25 assigned vouchers from Batavia and Geneva ever have the opportunity to fill those units? And can you tell me how soon will that waiting list be open again? Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of comments related to traffic, so for the sake of expediency, just going forward, if you have concerns about traffic, please just say, I echo the concerns about traffic. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maggie Haroldson. I've lived in Geneva for 50 years. I've lived in Allendale for 28. And you're glazing over on me here. I just want you to know that there are lots of people in Allendale who are for this project. I'm one of them. I'm a retired school teacher, and I don't even understand how they're calculating these school costs. When a new student walked into my classroom, we dug a desk out of some storeroom, I took books out from under my sink, and set them up, and they went. They didn't have to hire another teacher. The impact is not that great. It isn't. Be respectful. You just wind up with 26 kids instead of 25.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Next is Denise LaCure, and then Scott Sutherland.
I just want to remind the audience we need to remain respectful and allow each person to state their position. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Denise LaCure, 2101 Western Avenue, Geneva, Illinois. And I would also like to express my concern for the antenna and the possible danger it causes to humans. And also the crosswalk. Right here in the Erickson Engineering Associates report on page 16, it says, extending the sidewalks west to Avalon Drive is not recommended due to its close proximity to Fabian Parkway. Then how could it possibly be safe for a pedestrian crosswalk with signals to be added to the west bank of the Fabian Parkway, Fabian and Route 31? I mean, if it's dangerous to have a sidewalk along Fabian, then isn't it dangerous to also cross Fabian at that intersection of Fabian and 31? Another thing that it says in the report here on page 16 that, in the conclusion of the Erickson Engineering, it says, an internal roadway connection between the east residential parking and west commercial parking lot is not recommended due to potential of cut-through traffic from Illinois 31 to avoid congestion at the Fabian Parkway traffic signal. I mean, their own engineering company is saying they don't recommend this, but here in your plan, you're saying you are including that. So to me, it just contradicts this engineer's report. And also, just in, I share a lot of the same concerns as other people do. I don't believe there's any possible way that Geneva Batavia residents could be guaranteed to live in this facility. And I do know that the Aurora Housing Authority application process has been closed for a long time. I guess my last thought would be, when you're talking about property values, we don't figure out property values based on statistics. We determine what property values are based on facts. And that's one element. What's going to happen to the market? And we really don't know that. And for somebody to come in here and say, oh, it's not going to have any effect, we won't know until we decide who desires to live and who desires to own property next to this facility. Now, one of the big functions of valuing property is called CDU, condition, desirability, and utility. Are you going to desire to live behind a housing project? Are you going to desire to live in Wayne? I mean, it's kind of common sense that this is, for the people that back up to there, I've heard a lot of concerns over property values. And I think when I just think of that one element, desirability, I'd have to, I guess I have to look at the facts to see if it really is going to affect the property values. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Sutherland and then Sandra Pinsack.
Good evening, Scott Sutherland, Geneva, Illinois. I have some handouts for you. Within Evergreen's application narrative, they state that the development will retain commercial spaces of the southern wing built in 1960s and the warehouse wing built in 1990s. I'm a little bit confused because when I took a look at the aerial shot from what you have there from 1956, it clearly shows the warehouse was already built. So why does your application narrative, the warehouse wing from the 1990s? We have more than a $20 trillion national debt. No one wants to talk about it. Our children will definitely be talking about it. Evergreen will get many millions in HUD money from the taxpayers. Many millions more in subsidies from the taxpayers. I know people who can't even afford to live in their houses anymore because of the real estate taxes. Things have to be paid for. Mass immigration is what is really driving the housing shortage, especially low income. We have more than 1.5 million immigrants come into the country every single year for decades. That's legal and illegal together. With the current trends of immigration and high birth rate among new immigrants, the U.S. Census Bureau projects our population to exceed 1 billion people by the end of this century. That's more than 3 times in our current population. I know you never hear about that from the media, but it's the reality. Look it up, right from the U.S. Census Bureau. What's it going to be like then with a housing shortage? What's it going to be like in just 40 or 50 years? Are we just going along just to get along? In fact, if we deported all illegals tomorrow, 20 million of them,
Excuse me, sir.
there would be a housing surplus.
Sir, you're off topic.
Okay, I am.
Please
I'm getting right.
speak
I'm done with
at
that.
hand.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I was off topic, but I had to give that background. You know, we've been in Geneva, my family and I, for 20 years. We love it here. We love going to the historical districts. In fact, a lot of time, effort, and money has been put into our historical districts. A lot of time, effort, and money. Why is that? Because we want to preserve our towns. What we came here for. There's a reason for that. You know, this gerrymandered baboozle that the guy's proposing here will certainly make him some money if it's done, but all of us will be stuck with his proposal. Thank you.
Next, Sandra Pinsack, and then Michael Frost.
Yeah, it's 9:55, so let's do the next two, and then we'll decide if we need to call others.
Good evening, thank you for this meeting. I'm Sandra Pinsack, live at 2005 Allen Drive in Geneva. I'm an original owner, been there for 49 years. So I've seen a lot of changes come and go. I've seen a lot of proposals that came, and due to the economy, due to when the real estate market dropped, we did a lot of changes. Everything has worked out very well. And I'm here to ask you to know what on campaign and the project that you have now. A lot invested here. And I am amazed that Evergreen brought up, even for the elderly. It was never mentioned in the first meeting, all right? Because we did talk about the possibility of housing for elderly, over 55 and over 40. That was not because we get enough money that way for subsidies. That is a possibility. Something needs to be done with the campaign, I agree. I'm here 49 years, the building's been empty for 49 years. There's been nothing behind us at that end, all right? But we don't want anything now. I am very concerned about the traffic that's going to come up Allen Drive. Well, you're talking about 31, and you're talking about Fabian. They're cutting off and coming up Allen Drive also, onto Western Avenue. We've got a park there, and most of them are young people. I'm one of the older ones in there, with the little children in the park. That's a concern, all right? And the one question I do have for Batavia is, do you have occupancy standard rules?
Yes.
What are they? Do you know what, I'm sure you know what they are. Will they apply to Evergreen? That is per square foot, people per square foot in a unit?
Based on the property maintenance code, yes, there are occupancy limits that are required.
So what would be the standard for the Evergreen, for the campaign?
I can't tell you offhand, because it's based on square footage and the rules and how it's configured, so.
Okay, and is that
We'll add that to the list of questions that we'll research
all right,
and
then
respond
we'll
to.
ask me, who's responsible for following through and maintaining and monitoring that those standards are always kept?
Ultimately, it's the landlord, but the city also has a rental inspection program that we maintain, so this building would be subject to that program as well.
Oh, okay, good, all right. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Michael Frost.
Michael Frost, and resident on Allen Drive. A lot of the things that I want to mention have been covered, and I will not recover those. A couple things related to those wanted to touch on. The first that was mentioned, we've talked a lot about traffic. The pedestrian traffic, I think, is one that really does need to be hammered. As Javier had mentioned, the increase in pedestrian traffic. Batavia, I just encourage you to take a look at Wilson and Kirk and the amount of pedestrian traffic that crosses Kirk Road to go to the gas station to purchase items from that apartment complex. When that gas station was built, it only took a couple of months for the Batavia Pantry on Wilson to close due to lack of business, primarily pedestrian traffic from those buildings. We're talking about a development here that has a lot of people who don't have cars. It's already been mentioned that they do have to walk significant distances to get to locations. And again, having to cross that road on Fabian, across the bridge, it would be totally unsafe for the residents to do so. So again, please look at where Wilson and Kirk and the housing development there and the gas station across the street, and watch the pedestrian traffic that goes there. I've heard a lot today about housing for elderly and disabled, and I did not hear that at the prior meeting. The only thing I'm concerned with there is simply, I've heard a lot in the project proposal about 16-foot ceilings and loft bedrooms, and I've heard about staircases, so I'm not sure how the elderly and disabled are going to benefit from some of those units, although I'm sure in the plans full ADA compliance is a part of that. I'm just a little at a loss there. As Mr. Block had said in the original proposer, the vision was working families. And then we came up with that number of approximately 26 students. With 80 units and 26 school-age kids, it's about 0.3 kids per unit. Now that's, again, school age versus all kids, but unless this is The Simpsons, kids do age, and they do go to school. 0.3 kids per unit. We've already said there's 80 units, and there's potential for how many people and how many bedrooms. According to Pew Research, there's average mother has 2.4 kids. So doing a little math, 12 of these units will have an average mom. I'm not sure who's living in the other 68 units. Just want to wrap up. We've heard a lot about the benefits for Evergreen. We've heard a lot about the benefits for the city of Batavia. We've heard about benefits for those who are in need and need low-income housing. I have not heard any benefits for the current residents of Geneva or Batavia, because frankly, it doesn't seem like there are benefits. If we were cost neutral, I think we would be very much on board. But I think what we've heard tonight is that there are many things that are serious concerns about the quality of life that haven't been addressed. And those things need to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we're going to stop the public testimony. We'll continue the meeting to 7 p.m. on August 16th and here. And certainly you're all welcome to come back. Appreciate everyone attending. I would just offer the applicant, if you have any closing remarks that you'd like to make.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you, everybody who offered comments tonight. I have about 6 pages of notes here. As somebody once said, there's a lot to unpack. And so we will have our professional team address some of the specific issues, the issues that are in our purview. We will bring those, and so we will come prepared at the next meeting to address as many of these comments as we can. We all understand that this project is still in the relatively early stages, and so we are happy to continue this conversation. We look forward to the opportunity, and we thank everybody for your time.
Thank you. We're going to make a motion to continue. We do have a few closing items on our agenda, so if you would please be respectful and leave the room quietly. We appreciate that. Okay, so Mr. Schneider made the motion to continue to 7 p.m. August 16th. Have a second?
Second that.
So,
If not,